Good morning. Welcome to day 3 of projectDig production. Hope everyone is doing well. My hair is not behaving. There we go. Yeah, welcome. Another day of projectDig, trying to figure out ECS. A63. Yes. So, yeah, I haven't been playing music because I don't know what I want to do in the future for sure, but I'm afraid that if I play some music, it's going to end up having some like copyright claims on it, and so I was just like playing it safe. If there's no music whatsoever, then they can't copyright it, right? Right? But anyways, yeah, so we're going to work on the ECS again today. Let me get the projectDig stuff up. I think this is the right solution file. They still have not sent me my key. I need to poke them. It's so weird. So yesterday, quick recap, what we did is we implemented like an entity manager. I guess I can do a full recap. It's kind of complicated. So you start with the whole idea of having an entity ID, and that is your entity, and the entity does not hold pointers to the components or anything like that. You have to go to the systems to get the components. A component is something like a position or a transform component. I might change this to just be position component. We'll see. Physics component, a weapons component, whatever. And then a component system is just a system that will use a component or is responsible for a component. And I've been doing a bunch of research, and we might need to change some of this. And then an entity manager is responsible for creating an entity from a prefab and maintaining it, and I might do some more stuff with that. A prefab is just a like the default clean representation of a piece of content that has been loaded up into the game that will be copied whenever we want to create new instances of that content. So you might have like a monster like an oil slime or something that you want to be creating new versions of it. They all have the same animations, they all have the same attacks and default stats. Maybe the level will change their stats, but they all start with the same stats. Like they all have HP and all have attack power and so on. And so a prefab represents the like pure version of that content, and so we pass it to the entity manager, and it can create a new version of that, an instance version that we can then manipulate, put into the world, do whatever we want with it. So we got that code all set up and working. We have this little test entity function that I wrote yesterday that all it does is it sets up the systems, the prefab stash, and creates a prefab, adds a transform to it, creates a new entity with that prefab. And so we're here, and then we say, hey, now give us the transform that belongs to that entity from the transform system, and then we make sure that it is the actual, it gives us the correct data, and then we destroy it. So this is kind of like a test. I don't think we're actually going to do it today, but pretty soon we'll actually start writing some unit tests, so that way we can run those tests, and I can do multiple functions like this and be able to get the results without having to like step through it or whatever. Hey, Soulfoam. Are you making an ECS right now? Yes, right now. Yeah, we've been working on it the last 2 days. Probably be a few more days at least before I kind of get it all figured out and it solidifies. Yeah, I'm interested in how you are doing yours as well, Soulfoam, because this stuff is tricky. Yeah, so I did a bunch of research yesterday after stream, and I want to talk about that, some takeaways that I got, and then how we might be able to apply that. So let me drop some links here. Oops. I think, here we go. So what's this talk? This talk is pretty good. I liked it. It's Timothy Ford. He's an Overwatch developer. I'm loving abusing templates. Yeah, I'm actually trying to avoid templates as much as possible. We'll see what we can do. So that's an interesting talk. Overwatch. They use a ECS, and the last few days I have realized that I used to say I did a ECS for Korea, but I didn't. I really did a component-based system. You know, it has entities, but it's a component-based system, really. And it sounds like that's a common mistake, that people just say, oh yeah, it's an ECS. It's an ECS. Oh yeah, Unity, that's an ECS. But now that I've been actually trying to implement an ECS and getting a better understanding of things, I'm like, oh, what I thought was an ECS is not actually an ECS. Yeah, so that's a good talk. This guy, I have went through so much stuff. It's crazy. This was okay. So this was mentioned. This was okay. It's by Bennybox. I started watching it, but he's using templates, and like I said, I'm trying to avoid templates if possible. So I was like, yeah, this is okay. I don't know. Like, yeah. If you've ever done SQL, this is exactly that. Yeah, I could see that whenever you start querying, and that's what I'm actually going to be talking about today, and trying to figure out how I want to handle that. What about an approach like init tests for Unity? I've never heard of that. If you want to drop a link, True, that's cool. You're welcome to. Actually, this talk here, he did something interesting, and so, Yes, cell phone. Yeah, I've been reading a lot, and so for this, so far what I'm coming from is like a very data-oriented design, um, where all of for the transform system, it creates all the transform components in one huge contiguous memory, and so they're all together. I don't know how useful that is for the transform system, but for something where we would need to be iterating over them, like the render system, where we're like, okay, now we want to render all of this stuff, um, or especially the physics. I can see that render is a little harder because you you're not necessarily going to be rendering everything that's on screen, and maybe you need to move things around based off of its position. Like that might be a good way to do the render system, is like moving it around. And it's a little hard though because it's a um, it's a single array, not it's a like 1D array, not a 2D array. Whereas in space it's 2D, but so you only want to be rendering things on screen, so you need to cull a bunch of stuff. And so but anyways, so yeah, trying to keep things in contiguous memory so that way we don't have that many cache misses. And so that's what I've been thinking a lot about, but I haven't really thought too much about up until like yesterday. How are we going to go about doing more complex systems? Like, maybe we could get away with doing really simple systems, and I'm not completely sure, like, because this is all new to me. I'm not sure how feasible it is or like practical. Um, uh, how practical it is to do this where like each system has exactly one component that it's responsible or that it cares about. So that was what I was originally thinking, and that was kind of going off of things that like what I gathered from Mike Acton talks, especially about like the burst compiler and the job system for Unity that they're working on. Uh, hey, Lavetti, are you against using this? You may have missed my link yesterday. Yeah, I looked at that. I actually read his blog, and his blog was pretty good. I enjoyed that. I don't know. Maybe if we go here, we can find his blog easily. There we go. Yeah, so I was reading this stuff. These are actually really good and really recent. Like discussions or thoughts on ECS. That library C++17 consoles barely support C++14. Yeah, but like this game's not going to be done this year. Did you guys hear it? PlayStation 5 is like on the horizon. It's probably going to come out 2020 winter. That's like best case scenario when this game would be coming out. So in this talk though, coming back to this, so this guy, I'll mute it. Hopefully I won't really like show much of the video, but here he shows all the systems that they have. So this is their like prototype ECS that they're working on. And all the systems, it gets highlighted here, and then they show which components are being used, and I think it runs through it. So you can see the different systems and how they are being used by the system. You can see the components and how they are being used by the various systems. And you'll see that a lot, pretty much all of them, use multiple components. And so I think this is kind of a different way about how you can go about things. It's definitely an interesting approach, but it might make the most sense. Let me go to... He shows off later. Is this it? Yes. It's so tiny. Maybe... So you can see it's... they have a lot of components and a lot of systems. So this is for Overwatch. So the systems for Overwatch and all the components, and the highlighted system is showing which components, the highlighted components are which ones are used for that. So my point is, for their type of game, so this is, obviously this is a AAA game that use ECS, and it's released and everything. So like this is a good working example of how that it is possible to do in ECS, and so it's definitely interesting. Like if you look at their systems aren't like, oh yeah, this is the transform system or this is the combat system. What they did is they had systems that were specifically around these different, maybe combat would make sense, but like the stat system, like it doesn't need to do anything by itself necessarily. So maybe stats doesn't exist, but there might be like some system that resolves attacks and like figures out what was hit and what wasn't, and then that might like store some data that can be later processed as a damage hit, or like applying damage. And so there could be like, I could see that where there's like a damage system that is like, okay, let's queue up this like damaged entity, or sorry, like this like damage event, and then we might have some other things, other systems, like maybe some world simulator thing that has like a rock dropping, and that could apply, that could do damage. Or maybe there's the cellular automata thing, system that checks for lava, or maybe lava damage is its own system. And I mean, really, like, you have to figure out like what makes sense for these different systems, but those all could possibly be feeding into this queue of damaged entities. And then there's a system that runs later on that resolves all of those and figures out stuff like, oh, this monster was already hit, so maybe they won't take damage again, or maybe we need to do something else, like they were hit but then they were dead or whatever. Like we could resolve it later on. So that's how they kind of did their systems, at least my understanding of it. It's pretty interesting, but that means that their components, you can see that they have like probably twice to 3 times as many components as their systems. And so, from what I can tell, their components live completely outside of their systems, and I don't actually know where their components live, like in memory, or like what is responsible for that stuff. He actually said that at one point in the talk that one of their like pillars. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Components have no function, system have no state, shared code lives in utils. Complex side effects should be deferred. That's what I was talking about for like the dealing damage. Maybe that would need to be deferred. Systems can't call other systems. And that's where like the shared code lives in utils. So basically like components have no functions, they're plain old data structures, which is what I was going with. But I think the biggest difference from my design so far versus their design is that they say systems have no state whatsoever, whereas my systems have at least a little bit of state. Like they have their component. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that. And whenever they say state, they still like components are fine to have inside of their systems. I'm not completely sure about that. But yeah, good talk. I posted it above. I enjoyed it. Let me catch up with chat here. Isn't a system without a state just a procedure at that point? Yes. Yeah. So one thing that they did at one point, so there's like, and so today what we're going to be kind of looking at and thinking about is like moving forward with the system. I've kind of wrapped my head around what we have so far. This makes sense, you know, we got it working. It makes sense. And now we're on the next level, which is, okay, now let's actually try to think of like real scenarios. How are we going to be using these components and systems? And especially like where things really get complex is what if you have a system that needs to be accessing multiple components, which is pretty much always going to be the case. ECS is great for parallelization because especially if that's one of the reasons why they say systems shouldn't have any state, because if a system doesn't have any state, then that means that you can there's actually several advantages to it. One is that then you can do well, I guess you could still do it like what Sulfum was saying if you do read-write stuff, but it means that you can easily parallelize things. The less coupled systems are with each other, you know, like and also the less, like, the more stateless they are, then that means that they can run whenever. You know, if it's just a function that you can call whenever because there's no state, it doesn't change. You can call it whenever, like, hey, then you can easily throw that into a thread. It also makes it more useful for unit testing, which is something I want to do. I think ECS, well, I've read this and I can definitely see it being true that ECS really lends itself well to unit testing because for the most part, like the functions that you are calling are very they don't have too much state change, and usually they are very focused and they have just one job. It's like, okay, I'm going to do this one thing. And so it's very easy to set up a system where you're like, okay, this is the physics solver, or this is, the collision solver. That's all it is. I just need to have collision data I set up here and then call the system and it should have these results. I didn't actually click that into test. See sharp stuff. We'll look at that in a minute. I really need to get a handle on some of these. Let's close some of this stuff here. So yeah, welcome anyone who's joining. I haven't actually talked about what we are really working on, and this is something that I can see it being very easy to lose sight on. What are we doing? We're doing an ECS right now. We're making a game. We're trying to work on this game called projectDig. That's the code name. It's a 2D multiplayer automation survival sandbox game where players must work together using automation to survive. It's a side view perspective. You can think like Terraria, Drea, Starbound, with more like Factorio content. So there's escalators. That's an interesting thought. Conveyor belts. And since we're side view, I want to add in physics, so we'll have like item launchers and whatnot. And so you're moving items around through the world, trying to get them to your factory to be able to process them and convert them into more readily usable resources. Made a prototype like the first 2 months of the year and came up with all this design for it. The VODs for all of that pre-production will be up on YouTube soonish. We just decided 2 days ago to start working on a custom C++ game engine, and so that's what we are now doing. We're just getting started with that, trying to figure out some of the basics, like how to do an ECS. No, it's fine. You guys can chat. I mean, you're fine. I'm actually reading what you're saying because I'm interested too. It's cool. It's cool. I'm sure other people are interested in what you're saying as well because you guys are talking about the same thing I'm talking about, so they can read that. But yeah, so I've came up with this rough roadmap. So we're here on step 1, which is entity component system. Still figuring that out. And we'll probably be working on that for a little while. Let's write some unit tests for it. Make sure that it's good, and then we can start really getting into some more game stuff. Well, kind of, not really actually. We'll have a lot of like C++ low level stuff for a while. I mean, it's not super low level, but like not gameplay related. You can find this by going to, I think actually Dig. Yeah, oh wait. Yes, cool. It does have the link. Yeah, I got that working. So you can go there and see this page as well as these. This is all very, very much work in progress. Like you'll see that the features are like non-existent. That's because I haven't like copied this over yet. That'll happen soon. But anyways, coming back to the ECS. So really what we are trying to figure out is how are we going to deal with like how are our systems going to be set up? Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. How are our systems going to be set up, and most importantly, how are they going to be querying for multiple components? I think like that is something that it will undoubtedly happen, right? I don't really know how we could, like, yeah, I don't know how we could get by without querying for multiple components, because you can easily look at just like the lighting system or the physics system, and they are going to need the transform component or position component, whatever I end up going with. For rendering, we'll need the transform component, or I'm still undecided on this, but either it'll be position component and there'll be like other components to go on along with that, like a scale component, so we know like how big this thing is if it's being scaled, or like the orientation, so we know where it's facing. And so how are we going to get the multiple components? This guy, I don't know what his actual, not that guy. Here we go. Skyp Jack or Skipjack. So he has so he talks about his ECS system here, and mostly these two posts is what we're interested in. He talks about like a few different solutions that you can do for this. One is a like to have some bit field that's associated with the entity. I don't know exactly where it would live, because I do want to keep my entity being a pure entity ID. Like I don't want any data. At least I would prefer to do that, is like no data is associated with the entity. I've seen many ECS where they'll have the entity ID, but then they'll do something like this, where they'll say, okay, well, we have a struct which has an entity ID, and this is our ID, but we also have a list of, maybe it's just a list of components, and that's how we have access to our components. Or another way is a bit field that I think there's actually like a bit field thing here, or a bit set, I forget what it's called, but anyways, some number, bit field. I don't really know how well that would work. I guess we just need like a really large number, right? Or I guess there's actually like a bit set. I think I haven't really used this, but Yeah, it's called a bit set. Okay, why are you doing that to me? Maybe because I have to include it. I think you probably have like a number in here. I don't know. I haven't used bit sets more than like once in a side project. And the size, yeah. So this would be like the size of the components. We could like have some static thing to define that. Hey kitten lover, what's up? Is the intelligent separation of design to decouple the data from the code behavior and not the efficiency cache parallelization network distributed. Don't worry so much about optimization. Hey kitten lover, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so Kenton Lovers is saying like that ECS is not necessarily new and it's been around, and like one of the biggest advantages of it is really that you're separating the data from all of the logic. Yeah, it's that is what opens up the opportunities to get all of the advantages that come, come with it. It's like, you can easily unit test it, you can optimize it, you can keep the data very close to one another and focus on that. Yeah. But anyways, so another thing you could do, I don't really see how I don't think this would work, but you could maybe try to store the bit field inside of the entity ID, but then your entity ID would be much larger. I don't think that would work. But anyways, so one thing, not bit field, the bit set, but there's also a custom implementation. If you want to look at it. All components. That's not a lot of components. Mask. Has entity component. Oh, interesting. They have a component that is I guess that works. So what this is doing is it has a component, an entity component, which contains data for the entity as a component. And it tracks, this component mask is just like a bit set of all of the components that contains that entity contains. So yeah, the idea, I guess I should maybe talk about this a little bit more, is like the idea here is that what we need to do is get the components. We need a query and say, hey, give me all of the entities that have these components, because that's what we care about. You know, we want an entity that has physics and combat and stats or something. And so we'll make that query, and we need to be able to get that somehow. One approach is that mask or bit set, where you have a you have that mask, and so you could just go to it and say, hey, look at all the entities and check to see if they are within, or if they have these bits set. And so that's pretty fast, because it's just for each entity, all you just have to do is check for those bits. And so you can, whenever you're making a query, you can say, hey, here is what I want you to like do an AND operator on, you know, compare those two, and if they're all set, then we're good. Add that entity to the list. And, you know, or maybe like one thing in that video I saw that I was talking about earlier by Timothy, forget his last name, the Overwatch talk, is that like in their prototype, I guess they changed this later on, but in the prototype what they did is they actually had like a physics tuple of all of the components for that entity. And so they'd like say, okay, here's all of the physics data that we care about, or like all the components for the like physics system. Go ahead and add in, you know, make a new struct, fill in the components, and push it back, and, you know, keep adding those. And whenever we call the physics system to, you know, update or whatever, we just pass in this physics tuple of all of the entities that or all of the components grouped by entity that we want to be iterating on. They later moved to this other system where I honestly didn't quite understand how it worked behind the scenes, because it was like you can make a query and then you could get like sibling components. Maybe we'll have to look at that a little bit more. But anyways, so coming back to this, the bit set, I guess it's like querying for multiple components. That's like what we're wanting to solve. So yeah, there's a bit set, maybe it's components bit set, that iterate over all of the entities, and yeah, I was just thinking how that would work. Iterate over all the entities and add the the matching entities to a list, or something like that. I mean, ultimately, like, what we're wanting to do is always this, adding the entities to a list, right? Another solution that I've read about, that this guy talks about, is iterating over the sparse set. So let's say that we have a list of all of the transform components and physics components and combat components, and we're wanting to find the intersection of those, the entity intersection of all those components. What we can do is look at those three different components, the transform, the physics, and combat, and say, hey, which one is the smallest number of components in total? Find the first one, and then, or it's the smallest one, which in that case would almost certainly be the combat, and then iterate over all of the combat components, looking for, we get the combat component, and we say, okay, does this component correspond to the an entity that also has a physics component and a transform component? And if it does, then add it to the list and move on. And so we would only have to iterate over the smallest number of components inside of that set of components that we're trying to find an intersection for. And so really it's like, I don't know what this is called. I think he calls it like the sparse set intersection or something like that. We can also read about archetypes. That's actually another thing I forgot. And I guess sparse sets is the last solution that he talks about. So sparse sets is iterating over the smallest component list in the set of components we are trying to find the intersection for. And then there's some optimizations you can make on the sparse sets that's kind of interesting. The biggest one is ordering the sparse sets to prioritize, and this is what he does for his system ENTT, where let's say that trying to think of one, maybe there's combat and stats, and I'm trying to think of another component, maybe transform or something like that. And so if we are always wanting to compare, if we're wanting to group those up often, we can prioritize things laid out in memory based off of that query. So we can say, hey, there's, let's say that component is going to be this, typically the smaller size, or we want to, he calls them what did he call them? Yeah, so he's grouping them. I'm trying to find the name. There's full owning, partial owning, and non-owning. So the full owning is where they are both together. So basically what he says is that hey, if we have these two entity groups, or types of entities, if we have these two types of components that should be full owning, then that means that we can align them in memory so that their overlap is always at the front of the contiguous memory. And so whenever we are iterating over them, we know exactly, and we can have this group that tracks that information, where we say hey, this group ends at this point here, and So we only have to iterate up to that point, and then we know, hey, we've grabbed all of the components corresponding to that group. And so a group is that intersection, that set of components that we are interested in. And so he kind of outlines here how, and here I'll post this link. Hey William, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope things are going well. Are we reading about entity component systems? Yes. Yeah, I'm hey Daedalus Games, welcome. I am currently designing a new entity component system, ECS, for this projectDig game, and I am talking about how we can query for multiple components for a system. And I read this blog post yesterday, and so I was just kind of going over it, how this guy, Skype Jack or Skipjack, how he went about solving this problem for his entity component system called ENTT. So anyways, so yeah, there's these groups that you have the data being allocated to, and this is like a more complex solution, and this is something that you really would only need to worry about whenever you're trying to really optimize things. You wouldn't have to do this right away. So that's a full owning group, and a partial owning group is whenever you only align one of the components, component arrays to that group, so they're not both in sync, and so that makes it a little faster. And then the non-owning group, which I honestly don't quite remember. This time we track only the entities that deserve to belong to the group, even though we cannot create subsets in already existing arrays. So there's this other thing called archetypes. My understanding, he talks about this, I think, here, yes, here. My understanding is that basically, it's kind of like, he's calling them archetypes, I call them prefabs, that's my understanding, and he's just like, hey, you can sort the entities by the archetypes and know what the groups are. Like, hey, all of the oil slimes should belong to this or they all belong to the archetype oil slime, or their prefab, and they all have a physics component and a combat component and a stats component and a transform component. And hey, if we have a group of those components that we care about, like the combat system, then that archetype, all the entities that are created from that archetype or prefab, can just automatically go into that. We don't even have to like necessarily check their components. We just know, like, maybe the archetype has, well, we do have all of the components right there, but we could even, if we really wanted to optimize that, create like a bit set or something like that, that then we could just easily check whenever we are creating the entity, hey, this should go into here. That breaks down whenever we have entities that, and so again, remember, an entity is just an ID that is referencing a collection of components. But if we have an entity, you know, this collection of components that has components being added and removed, then that starts to make things a little trickier with the archetypes, because you have to go into the archetype and say like, hey, or this like group of this like predefined group, say, hey, you know what, actually this needs to be updated because we just removed this component or we just added this component. For Kriya, I like never really added and removed components. But Kriya is a component-based system, and so maybe for an entity component system, it makes more sense that you would be adding and removing components dynamically. I'm not sure yet. I really don't know if that's going to be a thing. Grouping entities by the prefab type, since they are all initialized with the same components. If components are removed, added often. So that's like, well, I mean, breakdown as in like it loses some performance because then you're having to like be going in and like you have to iterate through the archetypes or find the archetypes that correspond to that. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad. Like, if you have, like, the archetypes could be set up. I guess it would have to be like by a bit feel, or you could have like a bit set basically. That is the ID for them. I don't know. Like, to think about that. So one thing that would be cool, and this is where templates would probably start really being useful, is if we could, and this is actually what like that entity system probably does, is if we could have these archetypes or groups or whatever. This is basically, I think this might be what he calls a view. An archetype in Unity is a collection of component types. In Unity, to create a prefab in pure ECS, you could make an archetype with the prefab component and then create an entity with it. Then you'd spawn them by calling entity manager instantiate. Unity won't return entities with the prefab component to systems. Unless you, yeah, so that's what I did for, I mean, an archetype in Unity is a collection of prefab components. I mean, isn't that just what an entity is? But it's like a pure form, you know, it's like the thing that you would use to create new instances of that entity. It's like, it's the default values, essentially. But yeah, I was saying about templates, it'd be kind of nice if we could be able to, like, you know up front, hey, here's all of the archetypes or groups that we care about, and it could then, at compile time, set up all of the views or whatever, and say, okay, here's all of the ones that we care about, and we want to automatically be adding like register them all. I wonder how we could do that. I'm not a template expert by any means. Actually, I suck at templating. But that could be cool. I think that is what this guy does with his views. Let's take a look at that. I don't know. I'm kind of torn. Like I said this yesterday, I'm a little torn with how I want to do things because I want to try to avoid doing like smart pointers and lots of templating, but at the same time I also want to be able to finish the game. Whoops, I want to go to, and I don't know, maybe both are possible. Do you have any artwork for the new game you can show? No, I don't have an artist, so I haven't decided on the artwork yet, like the art style. So nope. So we're looking at this yesterday. I have a slightly better understanding of how this all works now. So maybe I can understand what he is talking. Like yesterday I kind of skimmed over this. Are you using Unity now? No. We're doing our own engine. Okay. So a view behaves differently if it's constructed for a single component or if it's been created to iterate multiple components. Even the API is slightly different in the two cases. So what I'm thinking is that we could use a view. It'd be nice. So here's what I'm thinking. No worries. Let's say we have the combat system. We've been using that as an example. We have the combat system and we need to get these, very specific set of components. We are always going to be doing that for every, the component system is always going to be asking for the same ones. We're not going to be dynamically changing what components we want. We're not going to be like, oh yeah, sometimes we want to have a transform component and sometimes we want the physics component or whatever. Like, it's always going to be the same set of components that we are querying for because that's what we're going to be using for the operations within that system. And so if we know that set beforehand, we can use that information at compile time and be able to try to make some optimizations on that, or at least like have it automatically set some stuff up for us, so that way whenever we're creating new systems, we don't have to, set all of that data up for ourselves. Did you say you want to avoid smart pointers? Even if you do check out unique pointer. It automatically deletes when it goes out of scope. So it's a great way to never forget to delete something. Yeah, it's not that I don't like smart pointers and what they do, or what they help you with. It's the side effects that I'm wanting to avoid. And it's mostly with templating, and I might be going overboard, which is something I need to just, there's a balance. In Korea, I was like, template everything. I didn't use a lot of templates myself, but I used Boost, which is just like crazy templates, and it includes a ton of stuff, which is also templated, and it made it so my compile time was like 10 plus minutes. And so I'm wanting to avoid that. And so it's like a lot of this stuff, I'm thinking we're actually not even going to be deleting it. There will of course be other things that we will delete. I'm trying to make it very clear who is the owner of the pointers, that data whenever we are creating it. But a lot of stuff like our entities and their components. Like our entities are just IDs, so we're never creating new entity pointers. Our components are coming from this list of pre-allocated components that we are just reusing. And so we are actually never going to be like just deleting our components. It just gets recycled. So that makes we don't have to even really manage that. It's just we construct it at the start of the game and then we clean it up at the end. And maybe one thing I might do is, and then this would add in a little bit of effort but not that much, is that I might make it so that we are I might make it so that our entity system or whatever is this world, and then we can have multiple worlds. So that way it can branch off and do its own thing. Maybe each map might be its own world. One cool thing they talked about for Overwatch is they made the replay system, and it just basically copies their ECS world and then rewinds back the few things that are I think it's mostly the movement. They rewind back and they say, okay, replay all of that stuff, all of the inputs that occurred in this alternate world, and it just is like the game is playing, but it's playing by itself because the inputs are being automatically provided. And then whenever it's done, the replay finishes, it just is okay, well, we're done with that world, and now let's go back to the main world. And stuff like that's pretty cool. And so in that case, then we would have to worry about the management of that world in memory, but that's just cleaning it up. I think that's one really nice thing about this data-oriented design is that, with the separation of data and logic, it becomes very clear who's the owner of the data. Whenever you're running this function to perform all these, well, usually we want to be breaking things up. Whenever you have this function doing this specific task, that object, the system or whatever, is not going to have any data, or it's not going to be the owner necessarily of that data. Hey, this combat system does not own the transform components, or whatever. Obviously, but there's stuff like that that I feel does happen, where it's okay, well, we have this in Korea, which is a component-based system. We have this entity that has all of the components on it, but we also have the systems that have those components, and then we have in some cases we have this handler that I call it, that are for the systems that are for that specific world, and or realm. And so it's who owns those components? Is it the entity? Is it the system? And honestly, the answer is I don't know. They both do, which is kind of the wrong answer. Did you ever try setting up a Unity build? Do templates make that nasty? I don't know if I'm familiar with the Unity build in C++. What is that? Oh, okay. A Unity build is where you include all of the CPP files into a single file and compile that instead of um, the individual files. No, I did not. I did not. Yeah, I mean, like, that might help, but ultimately, I think the problem lies within the fact that I have all of these templates that, and like, every single pointer is templated because I use smart pointers for everything, and like, I imagine you could get some performance boost, but let's say you doubled your speed. That's still, it's going to be like 6 to 7 minutes for a compile. There's other games out there I know that compile in like 30 seconds or 40 seconds or whatever. It's pretty ridiculous to have a 5+ minute compile time for a game, I think. Anyway, so trying to find. So what I'm thinking about is I kind of got off topic enough that I forgot what I was really talking about. Coming back to this though. Unity builds compile really fast. Okay. Well, it's something I'll check out in the future if we need to. Hey Phil, welcome. So, yeah, we want to query for multiple components. What we could possibly do is to start with the like simplest solution, which is with the sparse sets, iterating over the smallest component list within that set. It would be nice to be able to do this more at compile time though. The only way I could see us doing that though is with templates. No worries, Daedalus. Yeah. We'll worry about compile time stuff if we have to worry about compile time stuff. I mean, the time it takes to compile. Here, I think it would be cool to do some compile time for determining the sparse set, or not the sparse sets, but the sets of components that we want to be iterating on, since that's not going to be changing after compile time. So we could get some serious optimizations there, I think. At least optimizing the code and writing it. I think. I know past me, what I'd probably do is just like have some registry thing where it's like, hey, this is a set, this system cares about this specific set of components. I don't know. Trying to think how we can do this. Oh yeah, that's right. I was wanting to read this view thing. That's what I was going to do. Because I think he's doing what I'm kind of wanting to do. I don't know if it's exactly what I want, but we'll see. So we're reading about the views. Single component views offer a bunch of functionalities to get the number of entities they are going to return and raw access to the entity list as well as the component list. It's also possible to ask a view if it contains a certain entity. Referred to the blah blah blah. Multi-component views iterate entities that have at least all the given components in their bags. The bags. During construction, these views look at the number of entities available for each component and pick up a reference to the smallest set of candidates in order to speed up iteration. They offer fewer functionalities than their companion views for a single component. In particular, a multi-component view exposes utility functions to get the estimated number of entities it is going to return and to know whether it's empty or not. It's also possible to ask a view if it contains a given entity. There's no need to store views around as they are extremely cheap to construct, even though they can be copied without problems and reused freely. Views also return newly created and correctly initialized iterators whenever begin or end are invoked. Views share the way they are created by means of a registry. So that's pretty cool that you can do that. To iterate a view, either use it in a arranged for loop, so you can iterate all the entities. So that's pretty cool. It's like view.get position entity, or multiple components at once, or rely on the each member function to iterate entities and get all of the components at once. Okay. It's pretty cool that they can do that. Hey, JW, what's up? I imagine Unity builds are good for some compilers and maybe not so much for others. This like syntax definitely is sexy. So much templating. But I guess like if you want to do compile time stuff, you basically have to do templates, right? Runtime views. I wonder what the difference is between a runtime view and a group. My understanding is that a group was a runtime view, but I guess not. If you're going to use Unity build, don't worry, I'm not doing Unity build stuff right now. We're not worried about that. We can stop talking about that. We could discuss that another day if need be, but really we're just looking at this entity component system and trying to figure out how we want to be able to query for multiple components. Runtime views iterate entities that have at least all the given components in their bags. During construction, these views look at the number of entities available for each component and pick up a reference to the small set of candidates in order to speed up iteration. Same thing as a normal view. They offer more or less the same functionalities of a multi-component view. However, they don't expose a get member function, and users should refer to the registry that generated the view to access components. I see. That's the biggest difference. In particular, a runtime view exposes utility functions to get the estimated number of entities it is going to return and to know whether it's empty or not. It's also possible to ask a runtime view if it contains a given entity. Runtime views are extremely cheap, blah blah blah. Don't copy them or don't store them. Runtime views are meant for all those cases where users don't know at compile time what components to use to iterate entities. This is particularly well suited to plugin systems and mods in general, where possible don't use runtime views as the performance are slightly inferior to those of other views. Yeah, I see. So I guess I don't understand what the group is though. So you can create a list of types, and I see. Yeah. That makes sense. So yeah, that's what I was thinking was a group, but I guess not. So groups also use templates. Honestly, it looks almost identical to a view. Wonder how it's different. I see here you have to provide so that's for partial owning. Like this, yeah. Exclude. That's pretty cool that you can exclude. I don't know how useful that is, but okay, let's reread this groups. Groups are meant to iterate multiple components at once and offer a faster alternative to views. Roughly speaking, they display in another league when compared to views. Groups overcome the performance of other tools available but require to get the ownership of components, and this sets some constraints on pools. On the other side, groups aren't an automatism that increases memory consumption, affects functionalities, and tries to optimize iteration for all the possible combinations of components. That's a dense sentence. Users can decide when to pay for groups and to what extent. The most interesting aspects of groups is that they fit usage patterns. Okay, so I think the difference between groups and views is that, and I'm not positive about this, but I think maybe a view just goes through all of them and it doesn't change the pool. The pool of components. So I was talking earlier about the sparse sets and how it iterates over the smallest list in the set of components we're trying to find for the intersection for, and it just does that. That's what the view is. Whereas a group, the way it differs is that a group will actually do the optimization where it reorders the components within their list to be in the order that, well, it depends on if it's a full owning group or partial owning group or whatever. But to be in the order that's corresponding to the other component type. So like all of the, for, what is it? Reorders it for all the components that belong in that group, I should say. So like, I mean, I should just use his, I don't have his blog post open anymore. Did I post it? Yes. Yeah, here. So, it goes through and it's like, okay, what components belong to an entity that fits this group, and it moves all of those components to the front of that pool. And that's basically what the difference is for the group, is that it moves the components that belong to that pool to the front. That's whenever it's the like full owning. The partial owning, it only does it for some of the pools, not all of them. I don't really get what the difference is between a non-owning group and a view. I guess the group, it says it tracks the entities that deserve to belong to the group. I don't know how that works exactly. Anyway, so this is a cool approach. It is pretty complex though. I don't know if we really need that to start with. I'm trying to think here what would be the best solution for this. Maybe we could just start with basically what he calls views. You can make a DB of each entity type. Yeah, that's what the archetypes is, essentially. The archetypes, so these are like different approaches that you can do. They can overlap and they can also kind of be combined. Yeah, so the archetypes is where we are grouping entities by the prefab type, or what you say, the entity type. So, you know, oil slime, Queridan, those are the different prefab types, or those are monsters from Korea. You know, broadsword, great sword, wand, those could be different. Those are all different prefab types. And so they're all going to be initialized with the same components, and given that like I say here, it starts to break down, or it doesn't work as well whenever we're like adding and removing components often. Honestly, I don't know how often we will be doing that. If we don't do it at all, then archetypes is amazing. If we remove and add components a lot, then it starts sucking. Because then we're like constantly like archetypes won't really work anymore. You could have some like indirect thing where you could say, and maybe this could kind of work, where you're like, okay, here's the archetype, this is the group that it should be set to. And that's kind of what I was thinking. When you remove a component, find a new archetype that matches. Right. So maybe this could work, where we could do something like we could have our archetype, so our, let's say, let me try to organize this in my head. So we have our prefab, which has a set of components. We can convert those components, or what we could even do is say, you know what, we can, in addition to the prefab, make a bit set of all of the components. So that way, we can, in our like entity system or whatever, or ECS, entity manager, whatever you want to call it, we can then take the prefab and just say, hey, let's add this to, like, so what I'd like to do is at some point early on, preferably at compile time, like, or maybe it doesn't have to be at compile time. I guess it doesn't have to. Yeah, I'm not I guess it wouldn't be at it can't be at compile time to have. Oh wait. Yeah, I guess it could be, because what do we actually really care about in the end? Is we care about what the systems are querying. So You know, the end goal is we want to be able to have this like components query that is given to our system. And so this is, you know, for the component, I mean, combat system, it might be the stats and I don't even know what else. Maybe the render, if we care about, or the bounding boxes for their attack or something like that. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure of a good example for that. Maybe I should use a more basic one, like for the physics system, I might use the transform and the physics component and maybe the mass component or something. And so those are our queries. And so really what we're wanting to do is we want to have these queries be populated with the entities that it belongs to. And so what we want to have is our ECS have some like I don't know, like we could do a query on it, like you know, query. I'm not saying I want to do this. This is one example where we're like, oh, let's get our transform and this is kind of more in the lines of what that ENTT does. What it might be is that the system is passed in the data. That might be a better solution. I guess we still have to query this stuff though. From the ECS, whatever is holding on to all these. But yeah, it might be like the transform, the physics, and a mass component or whatever. And so this returns our query, our components query. And that is something we would use inside of the system or would be passing to the system. I'm not entirely sure yet. And so if we have, so that means that, you know, this is going to be kind of like predefined. And so really in our ECS, we would want to be having, and so I think this is kind of what the view is. We would be wanting to maintain a list of the entities. This, again, this only really works well if we are not adding and removing them often, right? I could definitely see groups being so beneficial because you can pack that more nicely. I think so. I don't know. We'll see. That's always something that I can try to optimize later if need be. So this could be like some mapping. Basically, this is what we would want more or less is a mapping of this to our entity list. And what this could actually be made into is just a bit set, like a component bit set, components bit set. Let's do it like that. So we can just say, oh, well, this is a component bit set that corresponds to this. And so we have a component bit set overlaps. And that means that I guess we'd have to think about that some. But our prefab has a components bit set as well, right? It's going to not necessarily be exactly this, but we can compare them and see if basically what we want is the archetype bit set overlaps the prefab bit set. Yeah, I think the Overwatch ECS does this, but fields for grouping archetypes. Okay. Well, that's cool. I would have to rewatch that video again. I was a little distracted while watching it. I was so busy yesterday. It was ridiculous. I woke up, just like try to quickly get ready for the stream, and then I streamed for 7 hours and 40 minutes yesterday, and then I immediately went to the gym afterwards. I came home, helped out with dinner. Actually, I guess I didn't really help out with dinner. Kelly did most of the dinner. And then I ate dinner, mowed the lawn, like cleaned up the yard and stuff, pulled some weeds, and then I was done. That was like 7:30, and then I came inside and watched some videos, and then yeah, just like researched until 10:30, and then I passed out. That was my entire day. Hey, TBD Gamer, welcome to the Siege. Thanks for the support. I appreciate it. Yeah, entity groups, sure, you could call them that. So we could see this overlap. I'm pretty sure we could just say like, hey, this is the prefab component, components bit set, and by the components or the like archetype, or we could call it something else. We could call it group, or I don't know what we want to call it yet. And so this would just tell us, right, if they overlap. I think that's right. If this prefab matches the archetype, and so then we could just iterate over all the archetypes and see what it matches. And if we really wanted to optimize it, we could, I don't know, there might be a better way to do that, like knowing beforehand, like we might not really have to do this. We shouldn't have to do this every single time we create a new entity because it's not going to change. What we could do is maybe even, I don't know if it makes sense to have it be in the prefab. Maybe we could have some mapping. I don't know if that would honestly be faster. Depending on the archetypes, this might be fast enough, honestly. Because like, yeah, we could create a mapping to like iterate over the archetypes that entity prefab goes into, but it might end up just being more work having that lookup for the prefab. I suppose like if we put it on the prefab, so whenever we are, oh, you know what, the prefabs are going to be in, we don't need to look up. Maybe we don't need to do that. What we could do is, we don't necessarily have to put on the prefab. It probably doesn't necessarily make sense to put on the prefab. I would say it doesn't. But what we could do is have, the prefabs are going to be contiguous. They don't need a lookup. We can just have it be a straight up array of the prefab ID is the index to the list of archetypes, right? Which would just be the bit sets that we care about. So we could have like a prefab archetypes which is just the it's a list of, I guess it would have to be a list of archetypes. The archetype ID, which is the bit set. So the components that go into that archetype, every single archetype is going to be unique. If there's overlap, then it's just the same archetype. So if we have a bit set for those components, then we're going to be guaranteed that it's unique, which means that we can just have a list of the archetypes that it fits into. So, let's say we have this monster, which would have a transform component, a physics component, stats component, a combat component, a monster component, and we might have these different archetypes that we care about, like, hey, we want to do physics, so, or maybe it has like a mass component as well. So hey, one of the archetypes that this entity fits into is, like, one of the IDs is that transform physics mass archetype that is used by the physics system. And we might have another archetype, which is a combat archetype for the combat system, which is like transform, render, stats, and combat. And I'm sure we would have probably like 2 or 3 other ones that we'd care about. Render system, which is this transform and render component. And so we'd have these list of archetypes. So we'd just say, hey, here's the prefab ID, give us all the archetypes that this entity should belong to, and then insert it into the those archetypes. And so we'd I think we would need a hash map at that point of all of the the archetype ID, which is the components bit set making up that archetype, which corresponds to or is mapped to the entity list. And so then we just push this entity onto that list, which is an entity ID. And then we can query it, and that just does a lookup. So we're like, if we do this query, what I can just do is take all of these. This would definitely require a different system. I don't know if this is completely necessary. There's like other ways we could go about doing this. I'll have to think about that some. Like, templating could work. Maybe it's the best solution here. I'm not sure. The nice thing about that, I mean, does it, I guess. Yeah, I'm not entirely sold on this. The nice thing is that it would make, if we have a lot of systems, it would make our solution easier. We wouldn't have to write a custom thing for everyone. I think that's kind of what the Overwatch developers found, is that like they had that in their ECS solution, their like prototype ECS solution, they did have a unique like physics tuple. Basically their archetype was predefined for every single system, or like custom made. And so they would have to, make this tuple or this archetype and say, hey, populate or whatever, and they would fill it out exactly. But with templating it, we would be able to dynamically create we could have this components query that's a templated class that's made up of these components, and it could like, you know, fill that out. And I think that's more or less kind of what that ENTT does. But yeah, so then this would just go, whenever we do this query, it goes to the ECS and says, hey, give us the archetype that corresponds to this query, and we can quickly, you know, easily create the bit set based off of those, and then we could do a lookup for the entity list and return that entity list. And then we could even maybe be smart about it, like, and this is probably what the view does, is like, hey, instead of giving the entity list and making it so that the ECS needs to like go query this stuff, maybe we could like, you know, have that be an intermediate thing, so our query can just say, hey, give me this, you know, get the transform, and it would know how to look that up and return the transform to us. Hey, official sound, what's up? And so that would be, well, it would, yeah, this is starting to really sound very, very much like the views from ENTT, huh? Well, kind of. I think there's a big difference in that he iterates through that's the list. So he's not maintaining this archetypes thing. I would say that's the biggest difference. If we're doing this whole, yeah, I wonder. So we could go the other way. We could avoid the templating. Your new motherboard and case came yesterday, so I rebuilt my PC. Nice. Did you get a new CPU as well? I've been thinking about maybe building a new computer. I actually asked my wife Kelly about it, and she's like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "Cool." Sweet. I'm not quite ready to do that yet. That's a project in its own, and I have plenty of projects going on. But maybe in a few months or so, we can make that be a little project for us. We can build a new PC here on stream, and well, first, like, you know, find all the parts that we want to buy, and then build it. Maybe do like a stream where we actually build the computer. Still works fine. Nice. Yeah, my CPU is old enough that I would definitely need to get a new one. The chipset has changed. Yeah, so this is cool. I like this. The interface is nice. Hopefully the compile time's not that bad with the templating. So the problem with this system would come if we were changing components for an entity often. I haven't really thought about that very much, so maybe we can think about like adding and removing components. How do we handle that?
Because that's where this archetype thing, like if the components never move, that's the ideal, add or remove. If they never change, then that's the ideal world, and this is like super awesome. I could see the ENTT groups being a little bit better because he does change things to be, he changes the actual underlying data to be in contiguous memory for that group, which is like super nice. We'll see if that's really necessary though. It might not be. I'm not sure. Like, we can play around with it maybe in the future, especially if we're having performance issues. That'd probably be one of the like best things to look at. But anyways, so the archetypes. If let's say that entity is going to be removed or added to an entity. Sorry, if a component is going to be added or removed to an entity, how would we have to go about updating the archetype? I thought you were going to use Unity. Nope. I was investigating both Unity and C++ and also some other engines, but we decided on C++. Okay, so if we want to add a component, maybe I should split these up. They're similar but different. Adding components. If we want to add a component, I think really all it does is that we have to redo this, right? So he did this one, that ENTT library. It does this one thing where you can exclude components. I'm trying to think if I ever would want to do that. I don't think so. I don't know. I can't think of a use case where we'd want to say, hey, make sure that this entity doesn't have this component. And if we did, it would probably be like a one-off thing that we could always check for. One thing that I would prefer to do is, and this is something that the Overwatch developer said, is that systems never call systems, and you would have to make a system call if you want to check if an entity component, or if a component exists for an entity. So maybe we would want to try to avoid that. I don't know. I think we probably should just not worry about that unless it comes up, and then we can. But I think it's kind of unlikely. So I think we just have to do this, right? That's where this would come in. Is well, it would be the entity components bit set. So what we need to do I guess that then is a little trickier because we'd have to go through and query. Yes. That does get difficult. Because suddenly we're like, well, we don't know what which components this entity has now. So we have to like create a new bit set for that entity. Yeah, that definitely gets a little nasty. Because if we're adding and removing, we never know. Like, maybe we've added a bunch to the original entity, or maybe we've removed the majority of them. We could try maintaining a bit set for each entity. Maybe that's worth it. Forager comes out in a couple days. Nice. Yeah, that game looks cool. One thing we could do is maintain the entity component bit set. That might be the best solution. So then we don't have to go through all of the systems or all of the components and query for that. That's actually a really good question also too, is where should these be living? I wonder. Give me one moment. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. So, if we, if the entity component bit set is maintained, then somewhat trivial, and that all we have to do is update. We just update the bit set, and then check which archetypes this it should now exist. And as long as we're not including the excludes, then that means that it can only, whenever we are adding a component, we are only possibly adding it to archetypes. If we had an archetype that excludes, then I think this bit set kind of breaks down and it doesn't really work anymore, and we'd have to like do something else because, yeah. Maybe we'd have to have like 2 bits per component type or something, which I don't know, that sounds kind of ugly. That I don't like. Yeah, that sounds nasty. I guess that could work, but anyways. So we're only possibly adding it to archetypes, which means that we can. I don't know if I like the word archetypes. We might change that to something else. Maybe we can call them groups, like entity groups. That's really what they are. Yeah, so we just update it and add it to the so yeah, we just add it. So it iterate over all the archetype IDs, which is this component's bit set. Check to see if they there's that intersection. There is, then add that entity to that list. So that makes sense. Removing components. I always do that. Components. Fingers are too fast. Would be with the maintained entity components bit set. Then we can update the bit set and check which archetypes what should we do? This also kind of becomes ugly with like, that means that we need to be adding and removing. I guess it's really removing. Removing is the ugly thing. Removing components. I imagine that's something we wouldn't be doing very often, but what we'd have to end up doing is, I guess it'd probably make the most sense is, does this have that be a vector and iterate through the vector until we find the entity, that entity list? Check which archetypes this entity belong, or actually, wait, what would we do? What I would say is maintained entity bit set. Then we can then check which archetypes this entity belonged to, and if that archetype has the bit set, has the component bit mask. Has the component bit, the removed, has the, I guess I can say the corresponding component bit. And if the archetype has the corresponding bit, then remove the entity from that archetype. Does that make sense? I think so. From the archetype, finally update. Should split this up. That's kind of one logical thing. Finally, update the entity component bit set. The maintained. Yeah. So that's how I imagine adding and removing components would work. This is definitely kind of expensive. Removing it means that we're gonna have to iterate through all of the entities within that archetype, checking to see if the entity matches, and whenever we finally do find it, we can then remove it and break. How can multiple entities share the same single component? They don't. Well, why do you think we're saying that? I'm happy to clear things up. Just trying to figure out where the confusion lies exactly. So basically, from the top, how this works is that we have prefabs. Prefabs are like predefined content. So, the different items and monsters, plants in the game, whatever. And so whenever we instantiate a new version of that entity type, that content, we can know what components it has because it's always created with the same components. We can then use that bit set, or actually the prefab ID, to look up the archetypes that entity that prefab belongs to, and we can determine that at the very beginning, right after we load up all the prefabs. We can say, hey, ECS, go through all of our prefabs and figure out the archetypes that we belong to. So first we have to figure out we kind of need to set up all the prefabs, set up all the archetypes, go through all the prefabs, figure out which archetypes that prefab belongs to using the components bit set. I mean, we might not even need to store this. If we're just doing that once, we can just go through the components, create the bit set for the prefab, and then we wouldn't need to use this anymore. So that's kind of nice. Well, I imagine a forest of trees where all trees share the same geometry model. For example, trees are entities and geometry model is the component. So yeah, if we have a sprite, we would be the texture is stored in memory, and yeah, we would be using the same texture pointer for that, but the texture would be inside of a render component. And so we'd say, okay, this render component is pointing to this texture, and yeah, all of the trees would be pointing to the same texture, but the trees themselves would individually have their own render component. And they would have their own, transform component and so on. But they all stem from the same tree, and the tree is the prefab. So there's exactly one prefab corresponding to that tree that helps initialize it, and then you can, change the components to make that instance of that tree be unique, where you can have the transform, where we might want to be having it swing, and the trees would be, different positions, and maybe their different growth rates or whatever. Yeah, you would have the models would not be duplicated, and all of that, the assets that models, sounds, and whatnot, those would be living in some cache. That is a pointer that the cache is responsible for that thing. Whenever we need to look up like the texture or sound, we would go to the cache and say, hey, give us a pointer to this, this graphic or whatever. And maybe if it doesn't exist, then we load it and we wait for it to be loaded or something like that. Yeah, so we have our prefabs. So like I was saying, we set up the prefabs, and then the archetypes, we define all the archetypes. And then we can go through all the prefabs and set the archetypes in some array where the prefab ID is the archetype ID. Is the index to this archetypes. And then whenever we instantiate a new instance of that prefab, creating a new entity like a new tree or something, we can then just look up the prefab ID to get all the archetypes that the entity belongs to, so we can very quickly fill out the components or add that entity to all of the archetypes list. And then if we need to, and so querying it would, I'm thinking do this, maybe, I'm thinking we might try doing a template for that. It might make sense. We can look at the alternative and see what it would look like. It might be nice to do this. Young Priestess, yes, that's right. Only a pointer of it would be used in the component, not the actual resource. So adding components, that means that we do also additionally need to be tracking the component bit set for the entities. I imagine we'd probably keep that in line with we have our generations, and so the entity index is pointing to the generations, and so we would have that be the same thing. So we would have another list, kind of like generations, which we would need to be updating along with generations, which is the bit set for that entity at that index. So we would use entity.index to get the bit set corresponding to that entity, and so we could just have it be an array, and so it could be very, very quick to look up the bit set for an entity. And so then we'd update the bit set, check which archetypes it belongs to. For removing a component, again, we would just be, we would get the bit set and then look at the archetypes it did belong to and see if that archetype has the component bit that we are removing. If we're like, let's say we're removing the combat component from some monster or something, we're like, hey, this monster no longer fights anymore. He's friendly. Then we could say, hey, remove the combat component from this entity, and so that would probably look something like ECS.remove. Maybe it would just be remove, and then we could say combat, and then pass in the entity. Maybe that's what I'm kind of thinking we could do. And so that would that would, like I said, it would check the combat bit and say, hey, is this inside of the archetype that we're looking at? If it is, then let's find this entity and remove it from it. And then finally we can update the bit set, just turn that bit off. So that makes sense. I think that all makes sense. Yeah, am I missing something there? I think I went over everything. Sounds pretty good. It seems like it'll be really fast. So what does this combat... it's combat. What does this components query look like? What I am imagining is that... So it would be kind of cool to do some of the stuff, some of the syntax sugar that he does with the views. Where was that at? Here. Where we're like, he calls it registry. I was calling ECS.query. And we have the view. And you can just do something like, hey, for every entity in the view. And then we can get the entity. That's pretty cool. I mean, get the component. And so it would be able to look it up. Yeah. I was just thinking about like some optimizations. We can worry about that stuff later. Like one thing we might want to do is maybe make it so like the ordering of this matters. Yeah, we can worry about optimizations later. But I do like this, like the get function. If we're going to go the template route, that's pretty nice. I don't know, like... Hopefully it's okay. I don't know. I'm a little worried about the compile time if we're going to have all this stuff be templated. Which rendering API are you using? We're going to use SDL. Which I think is mostly built on top of OpenGL, but you can use DirectX or even it has Vulkan support. I haven't looked into that stuff too much yet. We'll figure it out a little bit later. Okay, so I think this all makes sense. I honestly don't know how to do a lot of this templating stuff, so we're gonna have to figure that out. I use templates very sparingly in my own code. Like, I should say I wrote very few templated classes and functions, but I used a lot of templates and like from other libraries, specifically Boost. Yeah, I'm thinking about the other way where we avoid the templates, where we don't use the templates. So the other way, I don't have the video open anymore. The other way, what I was talking about, is we have something like the physics archetype. And so that would be like a struct. And that could have, let's say that it has the transform component. Let's say mass component and the velocity component. I don't know if those would actually be split up. Maybe they are together. I'm not entirely sure. Like maybe we just have a physics component that combines those two. And so we would have this, and then whenever we want to, we would like, so basically what I was thinking is that this would be automatically created. You know, we would have a template T or template whatever that of archetype that would be created whenever we do this query. And I guess we would have to define that somewhere. I don't know if there's a way to, we would have to like set those archetypes up somewhere, right? Where we say, hey, this is an archetype that this cares about. And maybe we could do that at compile time. I'm not entirely sure how to do that, but I think we probably would be able to do that at compile time. Determine all the archetypes. So this would be the more like static way of doing it, where we set them up manually, and then we would have in our physics system, we would have like a, I guess what you could do maybe is have, you could technically figure out at compile time what, given, so if the IDs for the component are generated at compile time, then, which I think we would want, I think we would have to do in either of these cases, right? Then we could determine the ID. I guess we could do it after. But we could basically determine the like the bit set, the ID of this. Yeah, I don't know how we would want to do that. We could even just have something that is templated for this. I don't know if I like that. Maybe we could set it. We probably would just want to avoid that. But anyways, we'd have the bit set or the ID. And so then we could, maybe we would want to pass it in here, or maybe we would say, hey, let's get our ECS and then query and pass in our, you know, physics archetype ID, and it would give us the result. Well, that kind of doesn't really work, huh? We'd have to template this to be physics archetype. Yeah, I guess what we'd have to do, yeah, that doesn't really work. Actually, this doesn't work at all, huh? We'd have to come up with an entirely different system for that. Okay, never mind. So that just wouldn't really work. Let's try this templated approach. I'm not super crazy about the templates, and like I was saying, I'm a little weary of. Mostly it's the compile time. It also, like, I think that using the templates can add some complexity and hides. I guess that's true. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right. We could do that. This, if we get the ID, that's right. This is just an entity list. So we could technically get the entity list. The thing I don't like about that is then we have to, how are we have to go to all these systems or something to query for these, right? Why not passing a set of all matching entities into the update loop and then manually process them? Yeah, so we could process them in here, but that means that we have to like query for those, right? We'd have to say like, hey, ECS, get me the, I mean, even in this case, we might want to do like, I mean, you could say how would we even do that? I guess you could do it like this. You could get a component pointer, like component transform, or you could convert it over and say, oh yeah, this is, give us the transform component. I guess you could do it like that if you want to completely avoid templates. Hey Slacky, welcome. Any advice when I start my first job as a developer? Hey, congrats on your job. That's assuming you got one. Just be open to learning. That like you're going to have to learn a lot. Set aside your ego and open yourself up to learning. I would say that's probably the most important thing. Especially if you're doing research and development. So we could do something like this, and you know, we could do a static cast or whatever. We wanted this to be a transform component, so we could do it like that. Yeah. I don't know what this is. This query physics system. I didn't mean to put that there. It would just be this query with the ID. So that, I think that's kind of what our solution would look like if we wanted to avoid templates. Wait, what do we even need this for? What does this, I guess we wouldn't really be doing this. Okay, never mind. This is kind of useless. I guess we wouldn't need to do that. Maybe we would do something else where like, we would need to set up the physics ID. Our physics archetype ID. We obviously, like I was thinking we would be populating this with data, and we could some other way, but not like this, not where we are querying for it. You know, we would need to say like a for entity and entity list. Whoops. Do this thing. And so transform in this case is actually like the types. So it could be like component types transform. And so it knows what to look up. So this is where we are avoiding using templates. I don't know if this is necessary. I think we can use the templates, and if we run into issues where like we notice the compile time starts getting bad, then we can always look at like, you know, maybe doing something like this instead. Like it seems like this would be possible. It'd just be a little bit more work. We'd have to change the interface, of course, but I don't think it would be like that big of a deal to convert things over. The biggest thing is figuring out the archetype ID here. Yeah. Okay. So let's start figuring out how we can actually implement this. So actually one thing I was thinking about here, I've been wondering if we don't have a one-to-one for our components, does it make more sense to put all of our components inside of the ECS? So what I mean is that, so let's say we have our transform component, and then we have this transform system. The transform system, maybe it doesn't make... Does that make sense to have this? Create. Components count. I guess kind of, but it's like... So this allocates all of the memory for our transform components, sets it up here. It has this like create function, destroy, has, get. And so we have these like systems. Really what this could be called is like our transform pool, to be honest. And so like maybe we could make a pool class. And this could be like generic. And if we ever really need to, we could override it. Like for the create function, maybe. But we probably wouldn't have to, because if all of our components are just plain old data structures, then we should be able to get away with just doing this mem copy of the size of the component. And so we could have essentially a component pool, which is templated, which takes the component type, and that does more or less all of this stuff. So all this transform component here and here, that would be that would be t, and then in here it'd just be like size of t, and it returns t here. And that's pretty much it. We're done. If we wanted to, we could provide the size that it should be initialized with. That the components should be initialized with. So yeah, the initial pool size. And then we could, inside of our ECS, what we could do is have a pool for every single component. I kind of like that. And that would actually go more in the direction of what I think the Overwatch developers did, where their systems now are suddenly completely stateless, where it's really just a function call, and it's like, hey, take this thing and or like call this update function, query all the entities that we need for it. And they would not have any of this information. They wouldn't have their components or the component count or this indices mapping, anything like that. I wonder, like, why even if you have a system that is completely stateless, then does it even make sense to have it be a class? Can't it just be a function? Like, all it is a collection of functions that, like, yeah, if something is completely stateless, then it's just a collection of functions. So I wonder if, like, you even need, like, your physics system to be an actual, like, class that has these public functions that can be called. You could just have a physics system function, like physics system update, physics system fixed time step, whatever. I guess the nice thing about, I was going to say the nice thing about that is then you could take all of your systems and put them into a list and be able to, like, iterate through them and just say, hey, call the system update function. You don't have to, but you could still do that with the functions, right? You could just add all the functions to a list. You don't need to create some instance. Maybe. And then the cool thing about that is back to functional programming. Yes, that works. Yeah, functional programming. Basically, yeah, it's like, hey, if we have it be completely stateless, then that's awesome. We don't need a class or anything. Yeah, I kind of like that. Sounds pretty good. So let's make some changes here. So again, I'm not that great with templates. I haven't used them much. So talking about mistakes, let's fail some here. let's try to remember how to do some templates. So first off, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to rename this to component pool. And this component system is going to, we're not actually going to have a component system anymore. We are going to have a component pool that is templated, template, type name T. Am I doing that wrong? Okay, yeah, I guess you do that. Okay, yeah. And then, like, here, component pool would be T. But also, I think I want to do the size. How do you specify if we have a size, like the array here? So you can do class T. and size t size. I see. I didn't know. This is like an interesting way. What did I do for Korea again? Don't need the T on the member functions. You only need the T if you're going to be, yeah, you're right, sorry. Only if you are going to be using T inside of it, right? Like, for this, I would need to say T, get T. Right? No? I guess that's whenever I... Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's only in here. I need to rename component pool. But yeah, I do want to actually have this size. So it looks like you could just do size T. So is this like the... It seems like this is the... Like I basically want to do what they did with array. I don't know if this is the proper way to do that. Like, why do they do it like this? I see in most examples, none. Enter a sample argument for each. I don't know what this is talking about. Instantiation argument, whatever. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You don't need underbars. That casing style is reserved, so don't use it. Oh, okay. So I know most people just do T and then like S or something like that, right? Template, T key, T value. I mean, it seems like I can do whatever I want. I get that. Those are reserved for the compiler. That is standard template. 2y is legal since it does not start with the underscore. Gotcha. Yeah. T size. Okay, sure. We can go with that. T size. So then this returns T, and this would be composed of T. And that's pretty much it. And then here's our component pool. And this is where we need T, right? Or T and T size. Transform. This is where we probably need to do T ID or something like that. And this would be T size. Did I put that in the wrong spot? I thought it should go there. Oh, da 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 da. I'm like, what am I doing wrong again? I know exactly. Hold up. I forgot. I need to just say template. Type name T size T size. That's what I need to do. This needs to be T. Man, I miss auto select. Auto select is so good. I'm surprised that they don't have auto select here, to be honest. Okay, so there's our component pool. Seems pretty good. What does the size element of the template do? It's telling it, I'm going to use it to initialize the components with a specific size, or reserve components with a specific size. Yeah, I could do it as an arg. I mean, maybe that makes more sense. Pool. Maybe it makes more sense that way. So the nice thing about doing it this way is then what I can do, and maybe I could do it here as well. But then I can say, so the goal here is we have our component pool, and I can say, okay, well, let's do our transform component here, and we'll say we want 1024 transforms, and so then we can just have our transforms right here, and we're good. This obviously needs to come into here. Component pool. Yeah, so it'd be just like this. And so that says, hey, we are going to make 1024, or we are going to reserve 1024 transforms whenever we set this up. I don't know if this is the best way. The nice thing about that is then it's just this setup and we don't have to like initialize it here. I mean, I think you could initialize it here. Maybe it'd probably make more sense to do it inside of the constructor of the entity manager. It has a downside. You can't specify the pool size inside a config because it's statically compiled. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that would be a thing that we'd want. It's wasteful if you use 10 and allocate 1024, right? So that the goal here would be to, if this would like, what we would probably do, this number wouldn't change very often. What we would do is we play, once we get the game going and we can figure out a good number of like transforms or physics components that we're using, we can then adjust this number to fit that rough number. So like, hey, if you typically use 1,000 transforms, then this works well. If you're going to use more, and if you go over the reserved amount, then it will just increase that memory, and it will have to move things around. But it's not the end of the world. But at least, for the most part, we're pretty good. And so this would only be changing during development. There'd probably be, and maybe what we do is make like a tool that tells us, like while we are debugging things in this component pool, like, hey, we are reallocating transforms to be this size because we ran out of space. And we could figure that out over in here whenever we are. Well, you know what? That's a good point. Because we are just using this directly. Yeah, so technically what we need to do here, this is bad, is that we would need to grow this. If the index is greater than the component's size, or even if it's equal to, in that case, we need to make sure that the components, maybe we need to reserve more space, the new capacity. It could be like components capacity times 2. That's, I actually read that typically it does something else. One thing we could maybe do is, I wonder if there's a way to just tell it to grow. So like, really what we kind of want is almost to like push back this new value. Hey, Cooler, what's up? Unfortunately, I also need to move the templated code in the header. You're right. Thanks. Yeah, anything where we use T and T size, like this right here, we would need to move. Oh, sorry. No, we need to move everything. Duh. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Yay, templates. That's where so what I normally would do is this. I would say, let's rename this to HPP and then put in the headers. I don't know why this is at the bottom. Maybe it's just because it hasn't been updated. Huh. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to try to compile. Yeah, I know that's going to fail. I tried to press F5 to refresh. Do you think coding an indie game is fun, or is it just like any other work? I enjoy doing it. It really depends on the person. But yeah, I enjoy it. Sorry, I'll catch up with chat. But yeah, it's, like, if you're trying to do an indie, especially an indie game, like, you need to be passionate about that. And if you're passionate about something, that means I think that typically means you enjoy it, right? True Paddy, True Pad. Said, when creating a game at some point, you always know how big your game will be. When you have some specific hardware, could even be limited to some value, so you got to manage that. And so you know how much space you can allocate to the various pools. Yeah, that's right. So like, maybe under like PlayStation 4 or something, we might say like, hey, we can only simulate 2,000 physics components, So if we're going to be hitting that cap, then we're going to be like failing at that point. So we can limit it to 2000. And hey, if we try to add in new physics components, maybe we need to do something else. Or I mean, there's other ways. Like typically, what you would want to probably do in that case is just like limit how many you are simulating per step. But I mean, something kind of like that. Yeah, I am doing this as a job as well. So yeah, like I am earning money, and sometimes it is definitely work to work on games. But I enjoy it, and this is exciting. We're doing a new project. You know, everything's new and fresh, and we get to do things right this time, right? Yeah, Morglod, welcome. Yeah, I've looked at existing solutions. I'm wanting to do my own thing, forge my own path. But I am referencing, I was looking at ENTT stuff. You know, I have it up here. I looked at the guy's blog. I think, yeah, right here. He did some cool stuff. He gave me some ideas on how I might want to solve things. And I might look at ENTT code some in a bit to see how he did like his view templating. Although I saw and it's very complex, but I feel like so this ENTT thing, he does some really cool things, and it sounds like he optimized it a lot, and maybe it would be a smart choice to use it. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't really like dug into exactly how it's working, but I feel like this is something like this is a fundamental system in that there's a talk where referencing earlier. Man, I should just go back and open it back up. Let me grab it really quick. There's a talk by a developer of Overwatch, and he said that this is the glue code. Like this is something that everyone is going to be using and touching, and by everyone, in this case, this is me. But okay, there we got a link. Here's a link to that talk. It's a good talk. But since this is the glue code, I feel like I really should understand it and know it. If something goes wrong, you know, we start having performance issues or whatever, I should be able to fix it. And if I'm using this other guy's code, then it's going to be much more work for me to figure out how it works and make changes to it. And also, I'm doing this on stream here. This is kind of a learning experience where we are building this game together. And so I feel like it's also kind of important to build something fundamental like this on stream. It's not going to take that long to do, honestly, like relative to the development time of the entire game. So it's all good. So yeah, definitely have to move this to, so I put in an HTTP file. That's what I like to do. So that way, the nice thing about that is then in our entity manager.h, we can do this, and whenever we actually use, wait, can we do it like that? Will that compile? We might have to include the HTTP here anyways. I might be wrong in that case, but sometimes I'm forgetting in this case if I can do this or not. You can use, I just wonder if it makes sense to do it like that. Yeah, I don't know. Figuring things out. Like we're not going to be doing the systems anymore, right? Oh, that doesn't make sense. I don't think so. So we'd create a new one here. But anyways, so you can have the header file here, and then in the implementation file, you can put the HTTP. So that way, whenever we are compiling, it doesn't have to explode the template out if we have it just in the header file and anything that includes it. Thanks for the link. Yep. Hey, Kyle. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. What are your thoughts about Rust? It looks interesting. I haven't used it, so I can't really speak to it, though. It looked interesting, but I decided against it primarily because I did not want to be making a new game engine for a new game in a new language. You're optimistic. Maybe. I mean, I probably won't be getting to actual game play stuff for a while. It'll be more engine stuff. So we have this roadmap here, and so it's like once we get the ECS up and running, the basics for that, then we can start adding in some components. Get the main event loop running, get our fixed time step going. Get some rendering stuff. Maybe get our asset cache going for the texture cache and whatnot. And start actually getting things on screen at that point. Okay, so what happened to my entity? Why is it? Oh, I changed it. Whoops, that's why this isn't working. Yeah. So we got rid of the systems. That's true. Oh, so wait. I guess we do need some type of mapping, huh? We need some mapping of our pools to... Maybe we don't want to do this exactly. Maybe... That wouldn't quite work, right? How can we do that? Basically, so what we need to do is be able to go from a component type to the pool. Do you plan on integrating a task system? What do you mean by that? Like an event system, or? I know he has the skill to do it. Wow. Thanks, Kyle. That means a lot. He believes in me. Hey, Bart. Things are going well. How about you? How has launch week been going? I hope not too hectic. Splitting every execution of system in tasks for parallelization? Yeah, maybe. I mean, the system would definitely lend itself to that. So I think we could do that. I don't think we're quite at that point where we'd be thinking about how we'd want to be splitting up those tasks. First, we need to figure out the systems. But yeah, absolutely. I think we'll be doing some type of yeah, we need to figure out, what are our systems, what can be parallelized, what can't. We'll one good thing that we should do with this whole whenever we are doing a query, I don't know exactly how I want to set this up, but it would be nice to be able to how we should at least be able, like at the top of the update function or something, specify like, hey, this is a transform read, physics read and write, and mass read and write, or something, whatever. Maybe this is velocity, not physics, whatever. And so we know, oh, this is a transform read. That means that anything else that's this reading transform can be parallelized with this. If something is reading the physics, then since this is a read write for the physics, then they can't be parallelized. And maybe we could even make some system that kind of automatically figures that stuff out for us. And then that would be awesome. So it could, request these tasks like, hey, I need this thing to happen and this thing to happen. Here, make sure that we're not reading and writing to the same components. Lunch is always a lot of stress. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. But glad to see you're making it on the other side. That's good. Hey, Maddie, what's up? Do you think daily fantasy sports would fall into game development skill space? Daily fantasy sports. Developing that? Sure. I mean, it's gameplay systems, right? Yeah, we're going like full, I guess mostly full parallelized. We'll try to get that figured out. Right now we're just trying to figure out how are we going to be setting up all of our basic ECS and being able to like query components and whatnot. We're slowly feeling our way around. Yesterday I was telling my wife about all of this, and I said it's kind of like playing or using a jigsaw puzzle that's completely blank. It's just white pieces, and you're like, okay, where do I start? Like, you can start kind of anywhere, and of course, like, it can look different, but like, you just have to feel around until you like put a piece down, and you're like, okay, well, we'll start at that point, and then we'll kind of try this other piece over here and see if that fits somewhere, and just keep going. Of course, there's lots of solutions unlike a jigsaw puzzle, but that's kind of what I feel like we're doing here. Probably can clone from an existing system. You mean an existing library, or? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not going to worry too much about how we are going to thread things and parallelize the different tasks, the systems. There are several ECS white papers. Yeah, I've been reading a ton of that stuff and kind of figuring out how I want to do things, and we have a pretty good idea now. Like, I'm definitely not reinventing the wheel per se. Like, I am using a lot of other people's research and ideas to formalize this. Low-end users don't have enough cores to bother with fine-grained threading. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that will be changing here in the future. Like, the low-end machines are really starting to, the low-end machines that only are, like, dual-core processors or whatever, they're, like, disappearing, Another, like, 2 or 3 years, and they're going to be gone pretty much, and everyone's going to have, like, an i5 Plus. So yeah, what we need to do, coming back to this, is we need to be able to go from a component type to the pool that we need to be creating this on. Yeah, maybe. I haven't really looked at that too much. You might be right. And I don't think that I'm going to need to worry about like super multi-threading right now. We'll see. We'll see what we need to do. Worst case scenario, I just don't support those low-end machines. I say, hey, you need an i5 Plus. Staxel took 5 years. That's one of the things that definitely sucks about doing early access, is that you release the game, like if you have a very long early access cycle, then you release the game and you start supporting users at, that stage of development. And so you're like, okay, we're supporting all these people. The game is probably a lot simpler than it's going to be whenever you finish, and so you can support those games or those platforms easier, or their specs easier. But as the game grows in complexity and as you add more stuff, you polish, you add more shaders and whatnot, and technology moves on. Those people that still own it, you feel bad about phasing out their platform or their whatever their computer is, but it's kind of hard. Like whenever I started Korea and released it, like 2013, XP was still a thing, kind of. I don't remember the exact percentage, but I think it was like 10% of people still had Windows XP. But by like 2016, 2017, I was like still supporting XP, and like less than 1% of people had it. And I'm like, why am I doing this still? Like I'm having to do extra work to support this. And eventually I actually just dropped it. I'm like, sorry, sorry, but I just can't. Doesn't make sense. We really lucked out with the lack of fallout from dropping 32-bit. Yeah, I dropped 32-bit too, actually. And I noticed there wasn't many people who complained. Vigante still supports toasters that don't have graphics cards. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's not worth it to support those. You have to, it's like, 2% of the user base and like 50% of the problems. It's like, or maybe it's not 50% of the problems or issues, but like that's how much effort it takes to solving those issues, is like 50%. Like oftentimes other gameplay issues, it's kind of easier to figure out. It's like, oh, the boss is doing this thing wrong, they get into this bad state. Okay, well that's kind of easy to figure out. But it's like, oh, this graphics card, this very specific graphics card is doing this thing that's bad. Why? You just described Linux support? Yeah, I know. That too. Yeah. That's why with this project, I'm not going to support Linux or Mac until way after 1.0 if the game is successful. If that like 2% of Linux players would make up or would easily be able to cover the cost of porting it over to that console. The game turned off the Bluetooth. What? That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, I think really whenever you're for an indie game developer, you should just really focus on the biggest platform, which is Windows 64-bit. That's like what 95% of players or something like that. It's like a gross amount of players are going to be playing on. And it'll just simplify so much stuff. And then also do like decent GPUs. Like don't worry about the lower end stuff because you're going to spend a lot of time doing that too. Low key looking for new opportunities. Nice. Why not high key? Okay, so I think we need to maybe not do this exactly, this transform thing. Because we need the systems. I need to figure out how we are going to be doing that. So we have our system. Well, I don't want to call it systems now. I want to go at pools. And I might do something else with that. I don't know. Is it possible to do this with the template? I really don't know if it is. How can I achieve this? First need a break. Yeah, true. Agreed. Yeah, break is good. I had a break for a while from Korea. Actually, I had a pretty big break from Korea. So here I just had a component system pointer, but the problem now is that we want to have this be a template. Complexity grows. Yeah, seriously. So I just Googled this. Template classes of different types. List of template classes with different types. That's kind of what I want. I technically want it's going to be a hash map, but I don't know. Maybe I don't. Stexel is all custom. What is Stexel? It's his game. You can post a link. It's okay, Bart. Here. Yeah, Bart made this game, and it just came out. You should go support him. It's a game. I don't know how you like to describe it, Bart. I don't want to. My understanding is that it's like a voxel. Animal Crossing online multiplayer game. But I might be wrong. Minecraft Animal Crossing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the Minecraft aspect of like you can place down blocks and build things. There must be a better way for me to do this. 3D is too expensive. Yeah, I'm staying 2D, don't worry. Like, I can't just say it's a pointer, right? Because I have to include... So, here's what I'm thinking. Like, so I want to populate this with... And this is where, like, my noobness shines through with... shows through with templates. Is like, I want to have the system. So it's like a map. And I had it actually earlier, and I think I deleted it. There we go. Systems. So we want to call this pools. But I can't just do... I can't just say, oh, this is a component pool pointer, because this needs to be templated. And it's going to change the type. Dude, is freaking expensive. Pimple pattern to do that. Container interface with templated type. And implementation for needed components. Pointer to implementation. All right. I honestly like never use this. Hey, cooler, be nice. Be nice, guys. Be nice. Go back. You're about to fall over the edge of C++ land. Am I? I'm peering over a cliff. Don't use pimple ever. Okay. Alright. We didn't see this. Okay, maybe there's a different way to go about solving this. Pimple everything. Dude, when I was a teenager, I had pimples everywhere. Fun times. Okay, so so what we're trying to do here is nicely set up the component, add the component, or like create the component in the corresponding pool. I could do some lame thing where we have like a switch where we say, hey, get the component type, and based off of the component type, transform. We can, we have our transforms, and we can create our entity at that point. We could do this. Not crazy about it, but it is a possible solution. Then we don't have to worry about putting all of these pools into some lists. I guess a good question is this the only place that we actually really care about that? Let's say whenever we destroy an entity, in that case, we need to go through all of the pools and make sure that the entity is removed. Or actually, what would be nice is if we had, so the component type or the component ID can be the mask, right? Which is the bit number. Well, it's not the actual bit mask. It would be the bit number. And then that would mean that we could look at, in this entity manager, I think I might change the name. We're going to have a list of all of the bit field, or what was I calling it? The bit sets. We're going to be tracking the entity components bit sets within this ECS. And so we know exactly which components the entity has, and so we could actually iterate through all of those bits, like checking which bits are set, and for each bit that's set, we can get the corresponding pool and remove that entity from it. So it'd actually be pretty quick to do that. We don't have to go to all of the pools, but we still might want some like lookup. Like in that case, it would be nice to have some lookup, right? I think so. Maybe. I mean, I guess one thing we could do is to say like, hey, if the like transform bit is set, if we get the entity bit set, and we say, hey, if the transform bit is set, I don't know, whatever, transform component bit, then we can go to the transforms and destroy that entity. And we would do that for all of them. I guess that's not that bad. So the thing that sucks about this is that means that anytime that we are going to be adding in a new component, we have to go add in this code for every single one. That kind of sucks, right? feel like there must be a better way to do this. Like, so we don't have to have like, it'd be nice to be able to just add them, you know, maybe have this pools, and then inside of here, inside of the entity manager initializer, we can allocate all of that memory or something. Hey Dylan, what's up? I mean, we can set up the pools, so we can just have like, hey, add, you know, m_pools, pushback or whatever, or in place. Hey Serenity, what's up? You're still close enough, right? We would need to add this. Basically. Whatever, something like that. That's right. This is actually going to be like a map. So it would, you know, maybe this would be the ID that we'd be setting it to. It would be like transform component bit or something like that. I don't know. Maybe we just want to call it ID. Yes, decided to start my own engine. That's right. Maybe I should do class that inherits entity itself, something like setup method. Well, I'm keeping my entity as a pure ID. That's it. Entity is just an ID, period. I don't even know if I really want to do this typed of thing. I'm not sure about that. I might just use entity ID period, or maybe change entity ID to just be entity. Did I decide on the scripting language? Most likely going to be using Lua, but we'll see. I'm kind of delaying that for now. We've taken it one step at a time. Yeah, so our entity is pure, just an ID referencing the collection of components that are going to be in these component pools. So the problem is that these pools are templated, and they have, you know, because they have these different component types, I need to figure out how are we going to populate this pool. If I want to avoid doing this, like adding in a check for everyone. I mean, we're probably going to have to be iterating through all of them anyways, right? Or something. I mean, there might be a better way to go about doing that. But if they were in the list, then we could like go through every single bit and say, hey, is this bit set? If it is, then this corresponds to that ID, to that pool. And we could get rid of the systems. Just not sure how to do that. There must be a good way to do that. We'll keep looking. Give me a moment though. The caffeine went through me, coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Certainly, that is some, I guess you could call it fan art by Cooler. Hey, JChemist. Fix that light. Okay, so we are trying to figure out how I can have this mapping. And we might even be able to, if we're doing an index, we might be able to turn this into just a actually, I don't know why I didn't do that before. This should probably just be a vector, and the index is the bit index, right? I think so. I think we can just do that. So this could be a vector, so we don't need it to be a map. Because if we have a, yeah, we can just say, hey, what's the bit index? Yeah. So that's the ID or the index for this list is the bit index for the bit field for that component. But the problem is that we want to have a component pool, but the component pool is templated. I don't know if that's possible. I was starting to look up stuff here. Actually, we can go back to a list. Base. Oh, maybe I can do it like that. Bit component system reference. Then component system destroys component from entity. Boost any callbacks or visitors. That's true. Maybe I should do something else like that. Thinking how we can solve this. Big component system reference. And the component system destroys component by entity ID. The component system reference. What is the component system? This thing? I'm actually getting rid of the component system. Really what we should probably do is just move this. Maybe not. Maybe that's okay to do it like that. Have that be separate. Okay. Thinking if we could instead, like what that guy suggested, is like just do this some other way, like having some mapping. Be binded though. We could like have a function like, you know, maybe this pools could instead be create functions, like a mapping to create functions. Or maybe it could just be a list. That's right, we don't need a map, we could just have a list. And so it would be the function itself. I don't know if I like that. Feels kind of weird. I don't even know if it would actually work because we'd have to be binding the pool to the function, right? I guess maybe that would work. Not boost. Let's do std function. By the way, if you got the prefab, it should do prefab init release methods. An entity manager call init release on prefab. I am not tracking, sorry. Wait, I guess, yeah. Do we have to bind something? Whoops. Meant to disable that, not open it. I don't know if that would actually be any better though. It's a possibility though. It looks like we could, if we wanted to, bind. Like, that sounds kind of, but we could bind the function, or bind the pool to the creation function, so we have that member function. So then we can provide that in a list, all the member function, or the creation for the pool. So we could just call, like, you know, create, pass in the, I guess it could be, maybe we would want to call this something else. It'd be like, yeah, here, let me just do it really quick. I think function void, yeah. So it would be like, what was the params for it again? Think like that. I think that's the correct way to do it. Looks right. Maybe it would be best to type def this, say, hey, this is a create function. Component pool creation. Where does std function live? Functional. So we'd have this here. So we could say pool creation. And that could be, the type could be the index to access it, and then we would just call it like that. So that's one solution. I don't know if I like it, but maybe it works. I don't know if it's more performant than other things, but maybe we don't really care about that so much. Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. We could look at what's the performance cost for binding functions. I imagine that this is probably not the best, but your component pool can inherit from a base class with the virtual functions. Yeah, that was one of the other solutions I was thinking about, and I was actually probably going to explore that next. Yeah, so this is one solution. The other solution would be to do something like go into here and say class base component pool that does this. Probably would want this one too, to be honest. Wait, that wouldn't work, huh? I don't know how that would work. We could do it like that, right? I don't know, like, so that's, then we're having to do with the RTTI stuff, which I know sucks. So I was kind of thinking maybe we should avoid that. I don't know what's better though, like it might be worse to do those functions though. To anybody, is there a point here that you can test and verify everything is doing what you want? Or is this the sort of thing you end up writing so much code you end up wasting weeks on if it doesn't do anything you hope? You can definitely test this stuff. I mean, just yesterday I wrote a little class, or not class, a function that tested what I had written so far, which, you know, it created this, the ECS and the stash for the prefabs, and then it created a prefab and set up a component for it. And then I told the ECS to create a new entity based off of that prefab, and then I verified that that entity was in fact or had that transform component set. So that you can definitely test this stuff. And I will be here soon. Like once we figure out exactly how we want to get this stuff set up, I'll probably start adding in some unit tests to play around with it. A CD function uses virtual functions internally as well, from what I remember, so it's pretty much just extra cost. Gotcha. Okay, well then, yeah. I'm not too surprised about that, honestly. That makes sense. So, like, maybe we would want to do that. So we could create our pools. Probably... I don't know if it makes sense to create them in here or if we actually tell it to, like we could, pass them in. I think the ECS could just completely maintain it and be responsible for the pools. Like it doesn't necessarily make sense to have the systems. So then, yeah, the ECS is like entirely responsible for all of these components. So we wouldn't have that. I still use it. The functions. A CD function is still good. I'll be using it probably quite a bit in places. We might be using it for, well, we'll probably use it for all of our event system. Whatever that ends up being. So, does that actually work? Does this work? If we do pools... that's no longer a pointer. It's just the create. Is inaccessible. Whoops. Fix that. Okay, there we go. So if we want to do this, then now what we would need to do is come up with a better way to set up our components. Void pointer. So by doing an override, you tell it to override the get function even though the signatures don't match. Is that how that works? I don't think I've ever done something like that before. We can try it. So we're not going to have this component system anymore. So we're going to just delete that. Does this actually override it, just doing that? Or do you have to specify the override? Components, wait. Component system identifier not found. Oh, whoops. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Whoops, cancel. I tested on old compiler. Yeah, we have to figure out that if we run out of space, we need to like add more components. I was thinking we could reserve more. That might be okay. Maybe there's another way to do it. Maybe, yeah, I was thinking reserve components. Oops. Capacity times 2. That's, I actually read that typically they increase the size by like 1.5, but something like that. We can figure out like what makes the most sense for our systems or these pools. It looks like that compiles. I don't know if it actually works in the end, but looks like maybe it works. I don't know. It's not linking. But that shouldn't. It should be okay. It should, if it compiles, it should work. We'll see. Anyways, so what we want to do now is set up the component IDs. I think I might want to avoid doing this component types thing. I was playing around with that, but I think it would make more sense if we have all the data within the component. And this actually is something that Benny was doing where I was like, I don't know if I like that or not. But it might make sense to do, which is, we have a type there. Yeah, suddenly we would need to be setting the type on. Let me think about this. How is this going to work? So this is, how is this used? This probably should not be called component. Maybe. So this is used within the prefab. We have our components here. So union. So maybe for now what we can do is call this a prefab component. No, I don't want to rename the file. I just want to save that stuff. So we can have our prefab component. And so the prefab component has this type here. I don't know how necessary that is. Because what we're now going to do is create a struct component. And what we'd like to be able to do is have a type set on it, right? Or maybe what we just want to do is say ID, like type ID, whatever. It's the same thing. So one thing that he did, that Benny Box guy did, this is a video I was watching, that's kind of cool, is that it automatically creates all of the IDs at runtime. I can pull it up. Oh, whoops, that's a specific timestamp. But anyways, so what he did was, and I might be able to just look at the code. Anyways, well, the code's here. Oh, interesting. He passes in the memory here. It's an interesting way to go about doing that. But anyways, so he has this, the ID and the size. I don't know if we would really need the size, but the ID is set during compile time, and he does this next ID function that's called. And the next ID, I don't know if he actually implemented it. Yeah, he never implemented next ID. Huh, that's funny. Kind of a fail. But the next ID, I imagine it just increments it, right? Finished code is here. Is it defined inside of the CPP file? There it is. Yeah, component ID static. Yeah, that makes sense. So what this does is it will statically assign the component IDs at runtime. Oh, sorry, compile time, not runtime. Compile time. So we don't have to like set that up, and then also if we ever like add in more, we don't have to like manually do that. So like it's kind of like the easy way to do it rather than doing something like static constant. You could do constant expression. You went 32, or maybe we could probably get away with 16. Probably actually you went 8, to be honest. I wonder what he did. He did you went 32. I don't know if that, it might not really matter. It depends on if it's ever, like if you're passing it around. I guess that's the one nice thing. If you have it be a uint8 type, then that means that, let's say you're trying to save it to disk, or you're pushing on the network or something like that, it's very compact. And you don't have to do some like casting to shrink it down. But yeah, we could do this where we're like, hey, this is 0, and then this physics component is 1. Or the other way you can do it is doing what he is doing with the having it be figured or determined at compile time. I was just wondering about the mask. So we could can you take the ID? Does that work if you're like, hey, I want to take the ID and do like 1, shift it over? That should work, right? Hey, Jeremy, what's going on? So what this would do is, hey, what's that? Oh, whoops. Yeah. So if we have like, our ID is 8, then it shifts that over in bits. If we do, right. maybe it's been, there we go. You can just see we're setting whatever bit corresponding to the ID. So that way, if we ever need to check the mask, we can very easily do that. Like, we would want to be doing that whenever we are doing this here. The archetype has the corresponding component bit. So we would be doing a check on the mask, comparing like, hey, does this component bit line up with this? Or, is there overlap there? If it is, that archetype then contains that entity. Oh yeah, this would need to be larger. The mask. Honestly, you're right. I don't know how. This is probably too small. I would say this is absolutely too small for the mask itself because we are shifting the bit over. We might not really need to do this. Like, it kind of depends on how many places we are using the mask. And maybe, actually, let me look at something. Let's look at bit set. Oh, I have it right here. Is there a good way to check to see if we have set bits? Test, return bit value. Test I. Returns whether the bit at position is set. Oh, then this is good. We don't even need to do that. We could just, if we use a bit set, then what we could do, so you can do a hash of a bit set. So we can use that as a key. Do we need to though? I think we would want to. Yeah, the bit set hash would be the ID for the archetypes. So the idea is that we're going to have these bits that's corresponding to, or the ID is the bit for that component. And so every single component corresponds to one specific bit that we can then use to determine the archetypes. And so archetypes, and I might change the name from archetypes to something else, entity groups. Those are groups that we're going to be tracking, and different systems will care about different groups. Like, hey, the physics system would care about the transform, velocity, and mass components. And so then that would be an archetype or a group, is the transform, velocity, and mass. And so all of the entities that fit or that intersect that group would need to be returned whenever we are querying the components. And so in order to do that, what we're going to be doing is having this component bit set to the entity list. Yeah, so we would be using it for an unordered map. So in here we would have in the entity manager We can get rid of that. Probably get rid of this too. In here we would have an unordered map of a bit set. The number of bits. That would probably be something like component. It's a good question. We'd want the max components. Something like that. That's how many bits we want. So component, this would need to be set, determined here. Something. Whatever. I mean, we want to make it so it can determine that based off of the IDs. We'll do that in a bit. So it'd be the max count, and then this would be corresponding to the entity list, which is just, that'd be a vector of entity pointers. So that would actually probably be something we'd want to like type def. So we could then just say, oh, this is an entity list, period. And this would be our, right now I'm calling it archetypes. Let's call it entity groups. Oops, that's not the naming scheme I'm going for. Entity groups. So that's what I was thinking for that. So then we can just get the entity group. And the cool thing with the bit set is that when we'd be iterating through the keys for the entity groups, checking to see if a specific bit is set. So we could do something like, that's for remove. Maybe we do remove a component, entity, and then the component ID, or wait, oh, that's right. I was thinking we would, want to template it. Like that. Wait. Am I doing this wrong? I thought you could specify a template for a specific function. I know you can. I'm doing something wrong. Jeez, I'm such a noob with templates. This is why we Google things. Template function. What am I missing here? By templating it, it does mean that we need to provide the function here. Explicit. I don't know what it's upset about. But anyways, we'll just pretend like it's working. We'll get it figured out later. Gee, on the name. Oh, I guess I don't need that. Okay, got it. Okay, right. That's right. You're right. I was mixing that up. I'm so used to. I think I've almost exclusively only done templates for classes, and so I'm so used to putting it. I mean, I did it wrong anyways, but doing something like entity manager t remove. But yeah. We don't want that because we don't have a class that's templated, right? Okay, thanks. Sorry. I'll get better soon with it. I'll soon know what I'm doing. So what we'd want to do is something like iterate through all of the. I wonder what's the best way to iterate through the keys. I guess we could just do that. That's true. We don't need to iterate through it. We could say for can you just do something like KV here? Entity groups. I think that works. And then say if K. Okay, no, I'm doing something wrong there. I remember. We can leave that alone. Too many things. Let me close some of this stuff. Too many things. Oh, I never looked at that. I still need to look at that. We're good on that. Okay, so. I don't know if we're going to be actually, we can close that. We'll just look at the code straight up if we want to look at that anymore. We're good on that. So what I was wanting to do is look for I haven't used the for each stuff like at all. I remember actually in like C++ 17, I think it was it the fold expressions? Was that what I was thinking of? No. What was that? Yeah, I was looking at like C++ 17 features, and I remembered seeing something. That's like super nice about that. Not that const. Oh, no, okay. You can actually like split it up. There's a way to do that. I remember. Range space for loop. Yes. Attempting. I like how you say that. You mean failing, right? No, there's a new. I remember reading this. C++ 17 features. Man, what was it called? Oh, I think this was the like. It might have been in here. Oh, I skipped to 7. Whoops. I hate websites like this. This is like something so annoying where like they put everything on a different page, and so every single time you click, it loads up a new page. So like going back is super annoying. Inline variables. That's such a nice feature. That's actually a pretty interesting feature as well, the if statement inside of the if and switch. It's kind of cool. But it's like auto KV. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh wait, I think we found it. Structured bindings. There we go. There we go. Structured bindings. They're harvesting clicks to maximize ad revenue. Yeah, it's so annoying. Yeah, there's all the ads down at the bottom. I know, but it's so bad. Like, sometimes I'm looking for recipes or something like that, and they're like, here's 50 different recipes for tofu, and it's like a tiny little slide or something, and I'm like looking through them, and I'm like, okay, I didn't find the result I wanted. Let's go back. Oh, wait. Every single slide was a different page, and now my browser history is like 50 pages long. It's like, you guys are jerks. But yes, this is what I was looking for. I think they show it in here. Yep, there we go. You're right. Good job, Mooballs. So, yeah, we just needed that. And we don't want it to be const. We actually need to modify it, so. Recipes are the worst these days. It's like 9 paragraphs are their life story. Then you close out with pop-ups and stuff to find the actual recipe. Yeah, it's pretty bad. For sure. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, you know, that's if you're going to these blogger websites, and that's where like a lot of people are getting recipes nowadays. And it's like the bloggers, you know, they're trying to sell themselves. They're trying to like get you to stay at their place, and so you're supposed to like, I guess, you know, you're trying to become friends with them. Speaking of websites with oh, that's for this recipe. I love this recipe now. This recipe is so good. But this minimalist baker, she has some kind of weird stuff, to be honest. Like, I'm not fully endorsing all of the stuff that she makes, but some of her recipes are actually really good. This one that I was just at is really good. And so she's all like over the years she's kind of turned super vegan, which isn't that bad, but dang, I accidentally closed the wrong page. But there's a link to this one. Another really good one is almond butter tofu. So yeah, if you're into like, so I mostly eat vegetarian food nowadays. A true Renaissance man. Hey, Grana Llama, what's up? Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. But yeah, this is a really good recipe too. I mostly eat vegetarian, not vegan. So like a lot of her recipes are like pure like vegan, but you can just like kind of change it to be vegetarian if you don't really care that much. Like, you know, if something calls for like almond milk, you could probably use this normal milk or whatever. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Anyways, let's go back to this code. So now we have a key. And so now we can check to see if, I think it was called set, right? Or test. Test. So we could test T ID. If test key, yeah, if, so test the key, so that's the bit set. And if that bit is set, then that means that we need to remove this entity from this. And so that's assuming that, so I guess, One thing you could do is get we would need to have in here, and I'm kind of jumping around, I realize that, sorry. I would want to move this to a HTTP file, but anyways, what we would want to do is have basically a bit set, so do this, but have it be a vector bit set. And so this would be the entity bits. I don't know what we want to call it. Bit fields, bit sets, bits. This is all of the entities that exist. Actually, maybe it would make more sense to put it down here because we want the entity index to correspond to this. So the entity bits should be matching up for our generations, and so we will have to make sure that we add that in. So our entity bits, we need to push back whatever we need to get the prefab bits basically at that point. We don't have that set up. Maybe I'll leave it. So we push back there. Otherwise, if we're going to be changing it, what we want to do is we have the index, the front, we pop that, we say that the entity generation is that, wait, free indices. Oh, right. So then that means that what we need to do is also say that the entity bits at entity index is equal to the prefab bits. So we're not going to do this. So let's remove that switch. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So that would be updating the entity bit so it corresponds with the generation. Whenever we destroy it, let's not do that right now. We'll worry about that in a bit. But what we would want to do is free indices. I guess we actually kind of don't really need to do anything with that, huh? Like the generation, we'll just say it's not used. Actually, whenever we destroy it, we don't need to do anything. So, we have this is kind of a complicated setup, but basically we have this generation, like how the ID is all working and everything is that we have an entity ID that's composed of a few parts. It's a generation, index, and type. The generation is like to help us make sure or ensure that that index is not being reused. The index is corresponding to the generation index. So yeah, and then type is the prefab type, the prefab ID. So how it works is that we have this list of generations, and so each generation or every single IDA or value inside of the generations is that generation number, and it goes from 0 to 256. So it's a U into 8, since it's 8 bits, and it cycles through those. And every single time that an entity at that index is destroyed, we increment the generation. And then we use generations to compare, like, hey, has this generation changed since the one that we had? So if we ever like store an entity ID somewhere and then that entity is destroyed, and then we try to use the stored entity ID at some later point, we can check the generation and see if it is the same. And if it's not, because it's been destroyed, then we know that that entity has been destroyed and we don't want to use that anymore. We should throw it away or something. And so we have our generations list or vector array. And so we're now going to have an entity bits that lines up with the generations. And so the entity index points to both the generation as well as the entity bits. And so anytime that we grow or push back something onto the generation, we also need to push back the entity bits or the prefab bits. And we don't need to ever change it because we should... I guess what we should do probably in here, like the thing that'd be safe, is to check the generation. Make sure that that entity generation hasn't changed. So we should do something like if the generation, and that's what this basically does, has entity. We should probably actually just do that, has entity. If it has this entity, then we can iterate over it and figure it out. So if that entity was destroyed, we shouldn't be using it anymore. And if we're not going to be using it, that means that we don't actually need to clear the bit set. So we just set the bit set, and if we destroy the entity, we don't need to clean it up because we won't be using it until a new entity has been created and it corresponds and matches. The generation matches. So that's cool. So yeah, this would test it. And then what we would do is we need to remove it. So we need to say v. We would need to remove, I don't know, maybe we could just use remove. I wonder if that's actually remove if. I wonder if you can optimize this, because we know in this case that we're only going to have exactly one entity ID. So like really what should happen is as soon as it finds the entity ID, it should break. We don't need to iterate through everything. I wonder if there's a way to prevent that. C++ remove if, like maybe stop after one, like the number of instances. Maybe we'll just look at remove if. Maybe they have something in here for that. Transforms the first, last into a range. Yeah, it doesn't look like it can do that. Is my chat broken? If anyone's chatted in the last like 5 minutes or more, I don't think chat's working. Or it's just been quiet for 10 minutes, which is new. By the way, thank you everyone for joining and being interested. Does it? Well, now I just saw that. So the most recent thing I've seen since I posted that link is does it. Quiet. Hey guys, I'm just drawing stuff. Okay, maybe chat was quiet. It's cool. You guys are welcome to do that. Do your thing. But yeah, welcome everyone who's joined. I really appreciate you being interested in what I'm doing, which is working on a new game engine for this projectDig, which is a 2D multiplayer automation survival sandbox game. Think Factorial meets Terraria, kind of. So we're making an engine from scratch. I'm here every day streaming, and all of the VODs will be uploaded to YouTube, so you can always follow along there as well. And I'm planning on doing some recaps. I don't know when, maybe when it makes sense. Maybe I'll just do them like once a week or something. We'll figure that out. I'm also coding stuff. Yay, everyone's coding. So So yeah, you're welcome to follow along. Feel free to follow. I do have a Twitter account as well. Honestly, you should probably just follow Jason McMorris if anything. Yeah, there's links below. You can find them. But yeah, just want to plug my stuff. Let you guys know I'm here often. You can also see the schedule down below, and it will be converted into your time zone, so you know exactly when I am live. Okay, so what I want to do here is remove if and break after first or something like that. You may use your own loop. Yeah, that's what I figured I probably just need to do. I haven't used this stuff, like remove if. So I wasn't sure if, there was like an option to do that. Okay, so we can just do our own loop. So this is probably the best way to do it is this auto iter. Whoops, v.begin. Iter is not equal to v.end. Oops. Increment the iterator. And then lastly, if the iter I want the in. Oh, actually, wait. I used the entire thing. Right? I only care. So we make sure that hasn't changed. We could only compare the index, maybe. I don't know. I think we could just compare the entire thing. Iter for loop would be the best approach I know for that as well. Yeah. Yeah, I was just seeing if there's like a better way with like more standard C++ stuff where you're like, oh yeah, remove if and only do the first occurrence. You know, whenever like you're doing stuff like string replace, you can say how many occurrences you should do or something. So I was wondering if there's an option for that where I'm like, hey, there's exactly one, remove it as soon as you find it, break out of it. I am going to need to do that. If then what we need to do is say v erase iter break. We look at all those. Fun. And then what? Just do. I mean, I could. I guess I can. It doesn't. Yeah. We could. So another way we could do it. We don't really care too much about the iterators. Is do. Or maybe I'll just say I equals v dot size. Oops. Oh, it's not size. Wait, what am I doing? Let's say I is less than. Say if entity is equal to vi, then we need to erase it. I'm pretty sure the only array. We have to. This is where you have to do v begin plus I. Yeah, I mean, either of those works. Yeah, yeah. It's annoying that you have to pass in the iterator, so you have to do something like this. I wish that they had the option to just say like remove I, you know, that interface. Like that'd be so much nicer. I'm pretty sure you can't, right? I don't know. Maybe the syntax has changed. Yeah, you have to. Anyways, so that's how that would work. To sketch that out. I think that works. That makes sense. That was like one of the more complicated functions I was thinking of for this. Or maybe. But let's go back to, now that we have something like that set up. Here, first let's make a new thing. Let's call it entity manager. I might change the name here, but we'll call it entity manager.hpp, which implements this. Yeah. Problem would occur if removing multiple items. Yes, that is true. So if we're wanting to iterate over the items, that's where you would need to, we probably would care more about that, and we would want the iterator, and we would say, hey, let's set the iterator in that case. We wouldn't want to increment the iterator unless we didn't find it, so we would say otherwise, you know, increment the iterator. Yeah, but since we are breaking, it's okay. And we could also, if we wanted to, like, another solution is to, hey, start at the back and move backwards, so that way we're not invalidating anything that's in front of us. Yeah. Does that need to exit the outer for as well? No. So the inner for this right here is checking if we are so V, and it might be better to, like, maybe it would be better to rename this to group. Wait. Wanted to... How do I... I thought there was a way to do that. I was trying to rename, but it's not working for some reason. But it might be better to call this group. So basically, this is iterating over the group, looking for the specific entity. So this outer loop, what it does, so first off, it says like, hey, if this entity is still alive, then let's look to see if we want to remove a component. So this is specifically trying to remove a component from an entity. And we probably should also go like delete it. Makes sense. So we should remove component from corresponding group. Actually, let's just do that. I think all it would do is say pools TID destroy entity. That's all we have to do, right? Does destroy check? If it has it, or do we need to be checking ourselves? Looks like we should check it ourselves. Whoops. So maybe what we should do is get the pool. Oh no, do we? I don't know if we actually really need to check it. So that means that there's a fundamental bug in the engine, right? There's a bug here within the entity manager where something is getting out of sync. We probably don't need to check it. Because that would mean that our flag has not been set, right? Oh, wait. I take that back. Okay, maybe we should check it. We should check it. I take that back. Yeah, it means that the caller could be wrong. Like if you tried calling remove multiple times on this, it could mess it up. So we could check the bit field. That might honestly be faster. Probably. We could say entity bits, entity index, test, TID. So what that will do is ensure the entity has the component before destroying it from the corresponding pool. And so what this does up here is it looks at, so first we make sure that the entity is still alive, and then we'll iterate through all of the entity groups. And so those are the archetypes that I was talking about earlier. So the systems care about these different groups. We need to make sure that that is updated. So then what we do is we go through all of these, and I think I'm going to rename this to like key. We say, hey, if this key contains this component ID, then that means that we care that entity should be in the group somewhere. And So we need to look through. We need to iterate through all the entire group until we find that entity, and once we do, then we can erase it and break, because there's only going to be one of that entity within the group. And we actually need to do that anytime. That's true. I didn't really think about that. Anytime an entity is destroyed, we have to go through and remove it from all the groups. That's kind of annoying. We'll see how this goes. But we'll need to do this whenever we are removing it from... If we destroy the entity entirely, that means that... And I wasn't doing... Oh wait, sorry, that's because I'm in the wrong file. I wasn't doing that here. Oh, I did, but I guess I got rid of it. What we need to do is go through all the pools here and update them, and at the same time yeah, I wonder what's the best way to do that. We'll have to figure that out, so we don't have that anymore. But anyways, we need to remove it from the pools. Basically, yeah, iterate through all of the components for that entity. I guess we could do that. I don't know if we really need to. Let me think about that. Like, you know, maybe we don't really need to remove them, because no, we do. Yeah, we completely do. What am I saying? If we don't remove the entity, then it's going to still, that component will still be alive. Yeah, we definitely have to remove it. So that means that we probably want to do something like get the bit set. I wonder if there's a way to do that. So we have our entity bits. We can get the entity index, and so this is our bit set. There, we'll just say auto bits. Count, flip, none, size, test, reset. I guess we could just iterate, do like, maybe this makes sense for auto I equals 0, I is less than bits, size. We can just iterate through all the bits. If pools. Oh wait, we have it. Oh yeah, so we don't need to check the pools. We can just say if the bits test I, then that means that we need to do pools destroy I destroy entity. That's cool. That works. Cool. So we have the entity bits. We know where all the components are. So the entity bits are the components it's a bit set of all the components inside of an entity. That's what each entry is. Can entity have state like to be destroyed and be actually destroyed in the end of the loop? Yeah, we might end up doing something like that. That's something I didn't really think about during Kriya's development, but I think we really should be here is like the creation of entities and the destruction. So maybe whenever we don't call entity manager destroy, or I probably should change this name like ECS or something. Yeah, I don't know what I want to call this. Entity manager doesn't quite make sense. But maybe what we do is we queue everything up, and then at the end, that's whenever we call this destroy. And so we don't go directly to this, but we go to something else. Or maybe we could change this. So there's like and so at the end, there's like a cleanup stage of the loop that says, hey, clean this up. Now let's actually go through all the entities and destroy them. I don't know what we want to do with that yet. Like, that's something we can think of maybe in like a few days or whatever. Like, yeah. We should go to prefab and add in entity bit set of component max count. Call this bits. And then what we need to do probably dang, that's a good question. Is that what I'd like to do is I don't know if I really want to call this bits. I like for this to automatically be determined, so we would like iterate through all of the components. I don't want to do that here necessarily. Like maybe I don't know if I actually want to do this, but maybe we'll have like a finalize function. And we pass in our prefab at that point. I'm not saying I want to do this, but just a thought. And for that, what we would do is iterate through all the components in this array. Prefab components. If the component, let's say if the component dot type exists, well, that's a good question. How would I want to do that then? This might not work so well anymore, to be honest. We don't know what the bit is. I don't know if this works. We'll have to think about that. But what I was kind of thinking is then we could say, hey, let's say bits set that bit according to the component. Maybe we could get away with the type. Maybe that works. That might work. If the type corresponds to the ID of the component. And so I would probably want to like change that to be a ID or something. Yeah. That's actually more in line with what SDL does with their events. I wanted to do it that way. Maybe it will work. Maybe. So then we would have our bit set. So that would work with our prefab bits. That's cool. Yeah, so that makes sense. So now we could go back to our component and figure out how to actually set this stuff up right with templating. So the goal would be to get rid of that component types and just have this here. Ooh. Excuse me. Yesterday, I streamed for 7 hours and 40 minutes, and the VOD, so I'm like recording all of this, and I'm uploading the VODs onto YouTube. The VOD was 10 gigs. I was like, geez, that's so much. It took like almost all night to upload it. I don't know exactly how long it took, but it probably took like 5 to 6 hours, I'm guessing. My upload speed's like okay. It's probably like it took how long it took me to stream it, or maybe it's a little bit faster. Because I use up most of my bandwidth up while I'm streaming, so yeah. I just thought it was kind of funny. It's so long. Okay, so we're talking about coming back to this now. We're talking about doing something kind of similar to what that Benny Box did. Where we have this like static const that's being set, and then it's dynamically set with the next ID. Excuse me. Appreciate you doing it though. I'm at work watching this. Cool. Yeah, I've been streaming for a long time, and so far this year, I think I have missed 2 days, maybe 3. Besides that, I've streamed like an hour plus every day. So I'm here a lot. So yeah, what we're wanting to do is trying to avoid this for every single component. And so I was talking about like maybe making it so that we have this like base class that then can, so he was calling this the template pattern. Shame on you for missing 3 days. I know. Yeah, I'm a slacker. I know. I don't know how much I like this. Like, is this necessary, this whole template pattern thing? So whenever you create something like the test component, or like, so how this works is that we'd have this template, type name T, and then whenever we derive from it, we would need to say, our component, it's component of type transform, transform component. And that makes it possible for us to do this. That feels weird though, doesn't it? I don't know. I'm not sure if I like it or not. It would be fairly contained because it's just in here, but it feels like it adds like this a lot of complexity just like to this code just to be able to make it so we don't have to set these automatically. Like there must be a better way to do this. Maybe we could use a template. I don't know. What are the other solutions for this? Or is this really not that bad and it's okay? That's actually something I was trying to like figure out is like, I think he called it the template pattern. I think that's what he called it. Template method pattern. Curious templates. So it's really, yeah, just to avoid this duplication. It's cool, but it's not like I'm going to be creating new components all of the time. One nice thing about it is then it does keep the components very clean. Like the actual component itself, it's just like all you see is the position. That is one thing I do like about it. Whereas this, like for everyone, we would have all this clutter here. But yeah, so basically what we need to do, we would have like a struct base component that, what did it do? It had like a static uint. We would want to say uint8 type. Trying to think what I would want to call it. Oh, I might just call it ID. Wonder how necessary it is to do that. Like why, actually I don't think this is necessary. Yeah, let's not do that. This is this next ID, right? So we could just say it does need to be in the C++ side of things, right? So it's only compiled once. Smooth sailing today? It's been going okay. I feel like I'm starting to get a grasp on things. I'm not that great with templates yet. We're learning here how to actually use templates. So there's, you know, some learning stuff, but learning is good. Like I don't understand why he says that you would need to put it in here. Like I think you could just as easily say don't do this, and instead we would have the next ID here. The one thing I'd like to figure out is how can we the max count. Whoops. I copied and pasted it. I didn't mean to do that. So we'd want to be setting this. Guess we could do something kind of like that. Would that work? No, that would not work with the type because we'd have to be specifying the type. I guess that would be the advantage of having... Well, we could just move this out. I mean, we could say that this is... maybe this is where we'd want to use const expression to get the... Yeah, that's probably right. Maybe this is, we could just, let me read about const expression. This might be able to give us a solution. Yeah, do we need to do that still? Can we just... do something like this where we just say, hey, our ID is equal to this const expression, which is, let's say, next ID. And then inside of component dot CPP, we need to add that in. I might be doing this wrong. We'll find out soon. Component dot CPP. We need to include component and then say component ID next ID. Oh, I guess this is where we have it templated. I need to get rid of the template in that case. Next ID. How does expression get defined? Hold up. Yeah. So I guess I would have to do const expression uint8 type next ID, and we wouldn't define it in here, we would define it down here, say const expression return, and this is where we need our static uint8 component ID or whatever. Let's put an anonymous namespace so that way it just stays in here. Default it to 0, and then we can just say increment the component, or maybe we can just, we'll use it, say the ID, CID. Here we go. And then we could even say uint8 type max ID is equal to return just the SID, or SCID. Does that work? If that does, that's pretty cool. I don't know if it does though. Expression must have a constant value. Attempt to access runtime storage. Must have a constant value. I'm doing something wrong here. Maybe this doesn't work. I might be wrong. So it must have a constant value. Well, it's a constant value at compile time, right? Oh, sorry, runtime. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's because I am changing the, like, this is trying to access it, and it's possible to change this at runtime. So do I need to make that also be a... Yeah, he just does that. Aha. Okay, maybe I don't want that. Ooh, I'm sore. That's not quite what I was going for. Maybe this won't work. I thought it would. There must be a way to do this. Const expression. There must be a way to do this. So what are we trying to do now? Somehow enable all users of the components to dynamically know if component is available. Now what we're trying to do is we're trying to automatic, and maybe I am just going about this wrong. I was exploring this option, but basically I'm trying to set the ID at compile time. So the ID is determined at compile time in the base component class, and overload, and so, and maybe this doesn't work. So like transform component would have its ID automatically set to 1 based off of this like next ID. So like we have the static CID that's being incremented. I probably am doing this wrong. I guess this does run at compile time, huh? The static, yeah, this would be running at runtime. This would be running at runtime. That's why that doesn't work. So what I want to do is be able to like increment some value during compile time to be able to set the ID. You can use const expression on just a member variable or something. So I don't know. I might be not doing this right or something. I don't know. I don't know if this is possible. Yeah, I realized I was doing that wrong. Is the variable shared? The idea is that, yeah, how do you do that? I would think that there'd be a way to do this without the like template stuff. What I was doing here, I realized why it doesn't work. It makes sense. Let's see here. Let's see if I can figure out C++, constant expression. So basically what I'm wanting to do is every single time it tries to set the transform component or create a transform component, not transform, just inherit from component, it should try to, I guess that's why you would need the templates. I guess that makes sense. What if you define the function in the header? I don't think that would work because then it would be every single time. Every single time you include the header file, it would be resetting this CID, right? But we need access to the SCID. Yeah. That's one cool thing about John Blow's new language is I'm pretty sure doing something like this would be like very possible. Increment, maybe I should say compile time value. With the basic component that the tutorial shows, you can have the static ID in the member function, which will solve resetting of the ID. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could just go with that route. I was seeing if constant expression would work. I haven't explored that very much. So I was just looking at that. I don't. It's safer to not set SID to 0 explicitly because you can end up with initialization order problems. Oh, interesting. input +1. I guess that kind of makes sense. I see. So you would be... I'm like trying to figure out how this all makes sense, but like... Instead of an SID, you could just say... ID is ID +1, and then you can provide the ID, and I honestly don't know what would happen with this. Like, what are the IDs that are being set? Is this being called every single time we create a new component? If we get rid of this? I don't know how that works exactly. Oh wait, what we would need to do is provide, I don't even know if that works. Yeah, I think it gets upset if you like... I want you to set the value of this thing equal to myself +1. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. That's why you have the template. Yeah. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'll be back. So for every type, it would create a new ID. Yeah, I think that's just necessary. Yeah. I was just playing around with stuff, exploring. We're learning here, right? I'll be right back. Every example of a tile compile time counter I've seen looks insane. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. I won't deal with that anymore. I am going to take like a 10-minute break and have some food. And then I'll be back and we'll stream for probably at least another hour or so. So yeah, I'm going to go eat. I'm quite hungry. It's almost 2 o'clock. I'll be back, like I said, about 10 minutes. I'll see you guys then. Okay, hopefully that wasn't much more than 10 minutes. It's about 14 minutes. Dang it. I think the clock on my microwave, which I was referencing, is like 2 or 3 minutes behind this computer. So I looked at the computer in here, I'm like 144. And then in there, it said 155. I was tricked. What's the benefit of how the ID having the IDs settled at compile time? This sounds cool. I don't know. Okay, fine. We'll change it this other way. So what the way it was set up is like this, where we have an ID, and then we're also going to have a mask. Oh wait, I think we decided we're not going to do the mask. That's right, I forgot about that. Yeah, we don't need the mask. So we'll just have the ID. This does need to be a template of type name T. I think we can get away with just having the next ID in here. Would be set there. Actually, hold up. I think, yeah. That'd be nice to be able to figure out the max count as well. But we have to, yeah, that sucks. I think that's why the advantage. So the advantage of being able to do it at compile time is then we would know what the max count is. Maybe that actually wouldn't be used. Maybe it's okay like that. But this needs to be called after we set up everything else. I don't know if I like this. What if we did it like this? So what are we getting from this? All we are getting is we're making it so that we don't have to set the ID automatically. That's it. That's all we're getting from this right now. Maybe in the future we could use this, but what if we just did this? What if we say, okay, yeah, this is public component, whatever. And then what if we also set this in here? Static const, max count. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong. And then in here, what we could just do is say, set all of that, right? So we could say that the transform component ID is equal to 1. I think we don't need that static. Yeah. And then we would have our physics component, whatever. ID set to 2. And so then we would just have them all laid out right here in a file and be contiguous. And then at the end, we could say that the component max count is equal to, you know, right now it would be 2. And so then we would actually be able to, so this makes it so we can avoid that whole like stupid templating stuff. And what do we have to do by not using the template is just set this here. That's all that we're losing here. Yeah, so that's not that big of a deal. I don't really care about that. I think this works. And the reason we want the max count is because in here, component max count is set. The expression must have a constant value. Wait, I thought max count is set as a constant value. Oh, in this case, I think this is where I do have to have const expression, but then I have to have it set. Dang, so that doesn't work. Well, it works. I just have to have it defined up here. I can't have it be down there. That kind of sucks. I wonder if there's a way to do that. So the reason, like, so we want to be able to just say, oh yeah, our bit set needs to be exactly how many components we have, because the bit set is tracking the components by the ID. The IDs are 0 indexed, so are the bits. So the ID is just an index to the bit field, or the bit set. Very nice and straightforward, but it would be nice to be able to define the max count here. Apparently my brother called me. Might have to go call him. And my green screen should be coming today. Cool. Which means tomorrow, hopefully, I'll have it all set up. Exciting. Yeah. I'm not crazy about that. Maybe we'll come up with a better solution later. Oh, you know what? The ID needs to be 0 index. That's right. I said that. Yes. So that needs to be component ID 0. Oh, I bet my brother's here right now. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. My brother called me, and then my mom showed up at the door. Apparently, he locked himself out of his car, and one of his extra keys is here, so he's lucky that he left one here. Okay, so this will do, I guess. This is fine. So this should compile our entity manager. Oh wait, it doesn't compile. Never mind. Component ID static data member cannot be initialized via derived class. So I can't do that. Dang it. Ah. Okay, so I guess I just have to do it the other way. Um... I'm like really trying to avoid doing this. I don't know why exactly. I guess I feel like it's weird and like wonky. So the other way, I would have to move this into here. And at that point, the component would not be giving us anything. But I don't know, maybe I could get away with or do that. We're looking at the component pool and trying to figure out if I can get away with this void pointer here, or if this needs to be a component pointer or what for this git. Maybe we can see, does this compile? We're writing, yeah. I don't know if that would actually fix it though.
So that fixes it. If I make this be a component, which I guess, yeah, that makes sense because we derive this and we say, hey, this is technically a, I guess that makes sense. I don't know. So yeah, basically we would have to define this in every single one. I don't really like that, so maybe we will do this. I was trying to avoid it, but maybe we just have to do it. Base component. I'd probably just change this to be count. So this is the base component. This is going to derive from base component. And oh wait, I guess we don't need that, huh? We don't need that. That's right. We don't need to do that weirdness with the whole next UID thing. Right. Okay, never mind. We don't need to do that. But we do need to say that this is a template. I think I've typed this exact same thing like 4 times now. It does mean that we need to template this with the transform component. And then down here we have to do the physics component. Get rid of that. We can have the count be specified here. It kind of sucks. But oh well. Let me undo. Let me get rid of that. So do this. Does he initialize it to 0 here? Who said that? I shouldn't initialize. Yes, move alls. You said that I shouldn't initialize the ID to 0 because it can cause a problem with the order, but I want it to be set to 0. Like, if I don't set it, then we're not guaranteed that it's going to be 0, right? Because it's static. Oh, really? Oh, it's required by the standard. Okay. I see. So what you're saying is that if we are trying to initialize it to 0, then what can happen is that something else can occur. Like maybe it doesn't get initialized, but then like this stuff starts getting initialized, but then it gets set to 0 later, or something. And also this needs to be added after, right? So. Got it, thanks. Yeah, I didn't know that. Sounds good. And so then, what did he do? Actually, I think he used the base. Oh, okay, I see. So I just call next ID here. I don't know if I actually want to call it next ID. Yeah, duh. All right, I think that's right.
It is better to set it explicitly, and it does get burned inside binaries or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It is true. I am like, oh whoops. I am still a little uncertain about this solution. The one thing I do like about it is that whenever you look at all the data here, it's very clear what's what. The one thing I don't like about it is then we it does feel a little weird. Just to be able to dynamically or set that ID at runtime. Yeah, I don't. So what would this be useful? This would be useful for if we had some like plugin system that allowed other things to be able to assign IDs. I would say that would be the most useful thing, is like if our IDs were coming from other places where we're like, oh yeah, you can, add your own components. I don't know exactly how that would work, but, or like with the count specifically, but you could add your own components via this plugin system. But I'm not gonna support that. That seems overkill by a long shot. I've gone back and forth on this so many times. Debating if I want to go that other way. Yeah, I think I am going to go this other way. I'm not crazy about that. It's really not that big of a deal. I could see if we're doing more stuff like him, and maybe we will in the future, and then maybe we could go this route. But for now, I think I would prefer to just do this. Actually, we can just delete that file entirely now. This feels better to me. I think everything compiles. Oh wait, transform.h does not exist. Oh yeah. So the main doesn't compile. That's fine. Okay, cool. So the stuff we care about compiles, at least. So now that we have that, maybe we can start adding in some of this other stuff. Because there's still more to do. So we could add support for adding components. That would go in the entity manager.h. Remove. It's okay to do this, right? Like, I don't know. I always see people doing it like this. Add. And then, what was the plan? If I want to add a component, I guess in that case I actually have to be providing the component. I don't want to provide a component pointer, right? How would I do that? I guess I could. Maybe I say it needs to be a prefab component. Well, we're providing the type here, so I guess we can technically just say T component. That makes sense. Then we need to go here to the HTTP file and say void entity manager add component. First off, we should probably make sure that we have this entity. One thing I might do is do this if it doesn't have it, and maybe I'll do it down here as well. I kind of like that approach where we do that, because then that means that we can simplify or like cut off that scope. Or we just return if that's not true. I think it makes it a little easier to read. So this is where we are trying to add a component to an existing entity. So I wrote out some thoughts here. If an entity components bit set is maintained, which we are doing that, then this becomes somewhat trivial. Update the entity components bit set and then check which archetypes it should now exist in. So we need to iterate over. So TID is the bit field, or the bit index, whatever, the bit that we care about. So we need to update it. Okay. So I guess what we need to do, we first check it, and then what we need to do is get the entity bits and entity index, and let's just do auto bits bit set ID. So we're setting it now. And then this is where we need to check to see if it should now be added to a group, right? We only want to add it to a group that contains this bit, though, because that contains this bit. Yeah, that makes sense. So we have the bits. We want to. I think we just want to iterate through all of the entity groups. Say if the key flip count is the best way to that test? Oh, I guess we can test that. That's right. That makes sense. Test ID. So that makes sure that specific bit is set. And we also need to check, and this is one thing I'm not sure how to do. Any or all. Count, flip. So that flips it. Reset, set, size. ToString, to U long. There's the way to compare an overlap. That's what I'm interested in now. Bit set. Count bit set. Oh, you can do that? Okay. So it looks like you might be able to just do that. Which is, we want to make sure that the bits, or I should, kits, bits and kits, the key. The bits, or I should say the key is a subset of the bits, which means that that entity belongs in the group. Right? Am I messing that up some? Oh, is equal to B. Right. I need to check that. Right, because if any bits are not set, then it will be less than that. So if that's the case, then that means that we now need to take or add our entity to the group. And then we need to also go to the pool. So we set the bits there, so that's updated. We need to go to the pool for that bit and create it. Entity, and it's a component. Oh, it takes a prefab component. Is it possible to... Should I just make this take a prefab component then? Or should I change that interface? What is it highlighting that for? So this won't work because component is not It's not going to be a prefab component. I can make it that. Maybe I will just say, oh, this needs to be a prefab component. Maybe that makes sense. It's a little weird, but maybe it's okay. Yeah. I guess actually, you know, I take that back. This actually doesn't even need to be templated, huh? Now that I think about it. If we could get rid of T and we could just say that if we're using this as a prefab component, we could just say component type. That should be a fine key. Why are you? That's what's going on. Yeah, I like that more. Auto and key. So it doesn't like this. So it thinks that the key is a bool for some reason. I'm not sure why. I don't know what it's thinking, to be honest. What are you doing? Trying to think why I would think that this is a bool. Entity groups. That's right. It's not the entity bits. Why is it thinking that this is a bool? It doesn't though, right? It seems like it can't really figure out what that type is, which is kind of weird. I should probably make this be a type def. Let's call it component bits. Okay, so we have a component bit. Type def. Using is the way to go. Really? Is that like a C thing, or I've not heard of that? Hey Jcamus, lunch was good. Just a quick lunch. Had some leftovers. Yep, it's good. Thanks for asking. Welcome back. Is it a precedence problem? I'm not sure. It's a C++ thing, really. I only know using for like namespace, or I guess it's really namespace. They are the equivalent. So they are literally the same thing, but you don't like type dev. I see. I see. So that's the main difference. Using is 100% more readable. So you think, I see, I didn't realize that using you actually set it. So using would be this. Using like that. Is that right? I can see that. Okay. I can see that. Yeah, I've used type def always, so like here, another place that I could use using. I'm not opposed to it. I guess I wasn't really familiar with it. Okay, let's go back to here. So it's in component bit and bool. But this is component bits. I don't even know what this thing is, to be honest. This auto and key group thing. I just recently changed to using the using keyword. You can actually do a better static counter by using enum's class IDs and use some component with some component ID from the enum. You haven't looked at enum class IDs. That's actually something new that I didn't have access to before. enum class IDs. Yeah, we'll look at that. Maybe, I don't know if that's actually a good resource. Equal has higher precedence than and. Oh, is that what's going on? Ah, thank you. That, I did not know that. Okay, so I just have to, that fixes it. Okay. I didn't realize that. Thank you, Exonerate. I was like, what is going on here? That makes a lot of sense, actually. It's funny, I was just, for a moment I thought, maybe I should put parens around that. Yeah, I could maybe see that for the components. I could definitely see that. Where, like, basically, is that the class? I thought it had more. Oh, that's just enum period. Where's an enum class? I haven't used enum classes before. Is this scoped enum? Yeah, I've always just used straight up enums. Oh, so you say enum class. Ah, I see. Gotcha. Is that all it does, is it scopes it? One sec, someone's at the door. Be right back. Look what I have. It's my green screen. Sweet. You guys want to see it, or should I just put it off to the side? Eh, you probably don't care. I can set it up later. Open it. Really? Let's see it. Okay, if 3 more people ask to see it, then I'll open it up. Nah, never mind. Oh, that's -1. Okay.
I need to go get scissors then. Or I can have a knife. Hey, Crummage! Welcome to the Seeds. Thanks for the support. I appreciate it. Welcome. Thanks for using your Twitch Prime here. Alright, let's large camera this. Ah, hello! How are you guys doing? Probably should be a little careful with this. A little careful. Try not to hurt myself here. Hey, there we go. Unboxing video, yay! This thing was pretty expensive, to be honest. But I asked my wife, what should I get? And she's like, get the most expensive thing you can. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. No problem. Hold your camera with one hand. So this is not just a normal green screen. I think this is the only thing in the box. Hold up. Hold up! There's one more tie down here. There we go. That made it easier. Is it retractable? Yes. Here it is. This thing's actually kind of heavy. It's probably like, I'd guess somewhere between 15 to 20 pounds. Elgato Gaming. Okay. Let's just forget about all of our programming problems we have. And just focus on obtaining new material items. Where does this thing start? Well, that's the bottom. Aha! There's a... It is perfect! Hopefully. There we go. Yeah, that is the one nice thing about this is that I won't have to like iron it or anything. And I would think that it probably wouldn't fade as easily. Whoa, it's like a cannon. Such a boy. Hey, look at that. So, it has a little lock here. Look at that. It actually has like a little lid. Ooh, it smells strong. Oh, so green. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Okay. So let's... It's green! Okay, so here's my keyboard and mouse. Oh, that's not really working. Wow. That's just not working at all. It's going to show you guys that you can just pull it up. What? Oh, I need to put the stands on the bottom. I'm like, this is just gonna fall over. So I see one problem here. Is that the shadow from the background is just hold up. Dang it. My hands are tight. Hold on. I have to set that down. There's little like feet that kick out. Oh, hi. What are you doing there? Don't wrinkle it? Yeah. Okay. There we go. I just had to kick those little feet out. I think this goes up more. Whoa! Okay, now it stopped. Let's see. Yes, I just got it. So that works well. You can see it stops like right there. So it's almost too short. But the problem is that the lighting behind me, you can see, I don't know if it's going to, it might be too much and I might need to like put something behind it. It's pretty thick, but that window. Yeah, so I might need to put something on the window, maybe like just blinds or a sheet or, well, I have blinds on it. It still is strong. This is the worst time of day. It's weird having a green screen behind me. It does help with the lighting though. I actually think like this looks pretty good. I don't have it set up though, so I need to go through and like set the green screen up, but we'll do that later. Redecorating the office, yeah, pretty much. The nice thing about this is that I can just like collapse it down and move it off to the side, and it's in that little cannon. So it's not like a sheet or something that would be an operation to set up. But cool. Thanks for joining me in that unboxing video. It was fun. If anyone wants to see anything else, let me know. I can link the Elgato green screen. I got this. Oh, that's lame. I just bought it. It was out of stock and it was like $220 from other people. And then I just... Why? That's lame. I bought it from Corsair. So I like bought it a few days ago. It wasn't available, but now it is. Put a green shirt on. Yes. I will try that someday. I have green shirt, but it needs to be the same color, close. But that should be a link to this thing. That sounds like such a nerd thing to do. Friend told me that people stream themselves coding, which sounded like something interesting to have in the background while I work on my own programs. Little did I know the first channel I went to would be an unboxing. Yeah. Welcome. Yes, I stream every day, working on this new game. We just started just a few days ago. I have worked on other games in the past, and I streamed for years and years. Like I worked on Kriya for about 7 years, which is available on Steam. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Well, boys, we might be taking a break from projectDig. Oh wow. Dang. I just got word from Molly that we could do a daily deal thing.
Yeah! Go, Jason!
I'll have to figure out. She's like, when is the update going to be live? I'm like,
No.
So Kriya, the game, I just got an email from a contact at Steam. I mean, it's not for sure happening, but it sounds like it could do a daily deal for Kriya. At least, I think that's what she said. A daily deal. So that's only 1 day, but still, that's pretty good. But I'm supposed to have this update available for Kriya. But when I was talking to her earlier, she said that I didn't meet the criteria. And so, yes, that was the promo I was going for. And so I was basically, short story is that I was going for a promo for Kriya. I was told I didn't meet the criteria. I said, well, I asked, like, how far off am I from meeting that criteria? Like, is it ever feasible for me to be able to try to achieve that? She didn't reply for, like, 2 weeks, or I didn't get a reply, so I just accepted the fact that, you know, Kriya was done and I would move on. And now I get word that I could. Hey, Marg. Which is a pretty big deal. Yeah, I think what I might do is, I don't know. I was wanting to talk to Co-Carnage and see if he'd be interested. Dang. I mean, this is great. It's just like, I was delaying starting projectDig because I was waiting to see if that would happen, and then I kind of decided against it, yeah. So I don't really know how much I can talk about it. Well, I've already said, I guess, everything I know. I think a daily deal just shows up here. Yeah, today's deal. So it'd show up here. So there's a midweek madness which lasts. So I think they have multiple sales. I don't fully understand. It sounds like today's deal lasts for like 4 days. I don't know how that works. Like maybe it's up for, you can have a sale last for more than 1 day, but it's only promoted on their website for a single day. Getting Co would be pretty big. So Co Carnage streamed Korea at 1.0 for Korea. Yeah. So like 3 years ago. And so I was going to talk to him and like say, hey, if you stream the game, it's changed a lot since he played. If you stream the game, you know, I'll pay you. It can be like some, you know, sponsored content. And that could, you know, help really drive interest. I was kind of hoping for a midweek madness, like, you know, that obviously is better. But, you know, daily deal's pretty good too. So yeah, we can finish up today's, like, do a little bit more stuff. Yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing now. I need to think about that. Like, I might have to go back to Korea's update. So, I was working on an update for Korea, and then since that deal wasn't going to happen, I kind of just was like, well, I'll just, you know, not really work on it as much anymore. I shouldn't invest too much in it. So, yeah, we'll figure out what we're going to do. But yeah, we might be jumping back to Korea development. Or maybe what we'll do is like a tiny bit of projectDig in the morning for a while. That's actually probably what I want to do. Like maybe we'll just do projectDig for like 2 hours in the morning and then switch over to Korea for like the remaining like 4 hours or something. So yeah, projectDig and then Korea. I think that's probably what we'll do. I think I want to continue working on projectDig every day. And Mecha Gym. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I like that. But what's your usual stream schedule? You can see below. It gets converted into your time zone. 8 a.m. Pacific time on the weekdays. And then weekends it's 1 p.m. 24-hour stream every day. Yes, let's go! Non-stop! I won't even forget food. The internet will be my subsistence. Yeah, this looks good. That's kind of what I was thinking. I wasn't actually planning on doing the whole templating thing, but that's cool. I didn't even consider that. All right. That's cool. I like that.
I forget what they typically do. Total, max. Yeah, this is good. Thanks for sharing. It's funny, like, oftentimes I'm so used to just using templates for class type or types that I oftentimes forget. I know I used it for the size earlier, but I do oftentimes just forget that, hey, yeah, I could use it for something else like this ID. Oh, okay, so you can even just say that. Maybe I should call this the component ID. That's a good question. Like, if I should just commit to saying, oh yeah, this is component ID. This is and a component ID. So yeah, then we can do that whole const expression thing. Oh, I thought I had that there, ID. And so then component type. We can get rid of this. Count. We can get rid of that and instead just do component ID max. Oh right. He was saying we need to make it a const expression, that's right. One second. Hey, Kaylee. What is this? What is this?
What's that?
It's a green screen. Kaylee was looking for a mother, but she's busy. Can you say hi?
I saw your tie.
What's that? Isn't she cute? Just look at her. What are you doing? Okay. I'll put you down. Don't push on that, okay? That hair, I know. Now she has some toys to play with. Okay, so we just need to set that. Do you have to actually do a static cast on that? It looks like it. So if you do an enum class, then it doesn't automatically get converted over into an integer like a normal enum. So then here we would add in can we put this in here? I mean, really, I guess we could just do the same thing, right? count is equal to this, right? Whoa, calm down, Kaylee. Oh, right. Never mind. But because then we have to have it. It's templated. I forgot. Yeah. It's templated. We don't want that. Okay. Yeah. Max component ID. Yeah, that looks good. Oh! What are you doing with this box, Kaylee? Little munchkin in here. You could put a regular enum inside a struct to avoid all the casting. Yeah. I mean, the only place I have to cast it is here, right? Do I have to cast it here as well? Oh, I see. That's a... I would have to cast it here as well. Okay, Katie, be careful. I'm afraid she's just going to, like, tear this green screen. Katie, Hey, you. Hey, you. Oh, I found you. Sometimes she gets scared. Hide and seek into her freaking out. No, don't get me. Ah! Ew. Yeah, so now I would need to say wait. Yeah, I would need to change that. And that's where you do like another base class. We have like a struct. Maybe it's just empty. Seems, yeah. I prefer this so that way I can just say, oh, that takes a component pointer. I don't know, maybe I should prefer the other way. So that compiles. Cool. It ends up being very similar to what we had before. I guess the main advantage is that now it's a const expression. It is actually I guess it's not exactly the same. So this is compile time. It's setting the IDs, and we have this component ID class here that we are defining, but we don't have to actually set them. We just add them in here. I feel like that's a pretty good compromise between the two. Okay. So what else do we got here? Right, prefab archetypes. So I should, do I actually need to do that? I totally forgot about that. I guess that would be nice for... Right. It's a kind of small optimization, but one thing we could do is avoid having to go through all of the groups. So whenever I say archetype in here, really what I'm now talking about is a group, an entity group. So we can calculate the entity groups for all of the prefabs and have a list of them, so that way we don't have to we don't have to iterate through all of the archetypes whenever we are creating something from a prefab. We can just say, hey, what's the prefab ID? Okay, that's the prefab ID, great. That means that we are going to then go through exactly, or add the entity to exactly these archetype or groups. It does mean, though, that we have to initialize that somewhere. Where, like, probably what would be best is like initialize groups. That's not quite it. I don't know if it's really initialize or what I would want to call it yet. It'd be something like initialize prefabs. And it would take like all of the prefabs. Maybe it would take exactly what we have inside of here, which is an array of prefabs. Maybe. Might be interesting to add in support to iterate over the prefab stash. That could be cool. So I could pass in the stash prefabs, and then I could just say, hey, for each prefab, do this thing. For each in prefabs. I don't know what the exact interface is for that. Do I just have to provide a begin and end? I don't know. But what I'm thinking is something like... I don't know if I like this. It's just something I'm throwing out there as a possibility. for auto, or this would just be like, yeah, we could say auto prefab, in prefabs. So this would be maybe if we do this, then it won't. Oh, at least let me play around with the prefab. We could say because it can't actually derive what it should be. But we have the ID here, so that's going to be the index. So we would then need what do we need? The vector of vectors, which is the oh, that's true. That it's a little awkward. I wonder how much we're actually saving by doing this. Yeah, I mean, it's probably worth it. So this would be a vector of, whoops, component bits, right? This would be prefab bits, prefab groups. So we could make this be an array and have it be the same size of the prefabs. So this could be a constant expression. I don't know if that's exactly what I'm going to want to do with this. Oh, whoops. This might not make the most sense. We'll see. Yeah, we might not want to limit the like prefabs. Maybe we do want to have this be dynamically, like have this be a vector. Yeah, I wonder if I should just do that. Maybe I should. I don't really see that big of, like, maybe what we could do, so this shouldn't be max, but maybe what we could start with, is kind of do the same thing we're doing with the components, the component pools. Which is just reserve a bunch of space at the beginning. So we could get rid of this. Maybe we just maybe we want to start with like 512 or something. 512 is a lot. I don't know if we're actually going to use that much, but that would definitely be a good amount of space for all of the prefabs. Like, we maybe use that much in Korea. But then that would make it so that we could just push back. We could do the same with we could actually do reserve. Oh, whoops. Entity manager, here we go. Oh yeah. So we're going to make this be a vector. And then we could reserve exactly how many prefabs we have. Maybe it'd be something like that. How many we actually have. So that'd be the size. And so then we could just push back the prefab. What do we want to do? For each prefab, I think for each prefab we would need to look at, right. We would need to look at the groups. So the groups have to be initialized before this. Entity groups. Right, so this would need to be 2 for loops. So iterate through all of, let's call this groups. I'm not keen on having single letter variable names, unless it's I for the index. So in this case, we need to check if k, so do the prefab bits, and we have to make sure we put those in parentheses. It's part of k. If it is, then that means, hey, we have an overlap here. So what we should do is push back. That's where we need to do this. Right. Prefab groups. Oh, wait. This is where having I would be useful. Which is, that's right, we have a prefab ID. Duh, that works. It's set to, oh wait, we have to push back the key. Cool. That works. So this will set up all of our prefab groups. So then whenever we are like creating a new entity, what we can do is yeah, I might add some comments in there. I don't know, maybe I need to. We can say that the groups, entity groups, oh wait, sorry. We want to be iterating over that for auto group in the prefab groups, prefab ID. That should work. So that's the group ID. We want to get that group and push back the entity. Man, I suddenly have really bad allergies. Not sure what happened. I don't know why that's not working. I get why this doesn't work and that doesn't work, but if we, oh right, this, oh that's right. Oh, I think I know. I think it's because I need to include the prefab in here now. Maybe that's why. Well, that won't really work. You need a Oh, dang, thank you. Haha, you're right. I thought I added one. Whew. Yes, sorry. Thank you. And that would also be a problem right there. Yeah, doing the range for loops is something that's new for me. So, not too surprising that I got that wrong. 1 second. Okay. So we don't have a way to iterate over these prefabs right now. The count is easy to add in though. That's just going to be a way to get that. So I don't know how to do that. This begins. Oh, it requires a suitable begin function. Okay, that's it. Really. I would imagine it needs more. Support C++ support range for loop. Create a member end and return something that acts like an iterator. Create a function. Create a free function. This is now one of two ways. Okay, you only have to do one of two of those. That's pretty cool. So basically what it could do, really, that's actually really cool. If like all you need is like you know, the index or whatever. Oh, it returns an iterator? Wait. That returns something that acts like an iterator. I guess I don't know exactly what acts like an iterator. Never mind. I was thinking of something else. Return something that acts like an iterator. I don't know exactly what that means. Pointers will work. Oh yeah. Not Zane, you're right. That is probably what we should do. That's funny. We have the prefabs right here, right? So we could literally just return. Oh, whoops. That's my problem. I don't know what it actually returns. This iterator. But yeah, you're right. That is definitely the way to go. It's a constant iterator. Can you do auto? Like, does that actually work? Does that really work? Dang, that's crazy. No callable begin function for prefab stash. But I added one in. Did I miss something? Oh, this just takes a prefab. Whoops. Not a prefab pointer. What am I missing here? That's a prefab stash. Oh, thank you. Okay. So if I auto return int, I see. So that then works. Interesting. Oh, I see what you said. Star prefabs. I didn't even. I thought you were correcting yourself somewhere or something. Gotcha. Okay, okay. That's cool. So that works. So we can just say, hey, iterate through all the prefabs. So the thing I like about this is then we don't have to actually expose like the prefabs class underneath it or anything. I mean the member prefabs inside of the prefab stash. Cool. Well, we have a ways to go on this, but we made some pretty good progress. I think we're like figuring this out with the whole groups and everything. There's actually only a little bit left, I think, before we can test it out. But I need to, I guess we have to set up the query stuff. That's like probably the biggest thing that's left. And like figuring out how we want to handle that. Yeah, but that's gonna have to wait for tomorrow. I've been streaming for quite some time now, and I need to go take care of some other things. We'll be back tomorrow working on projectDig more. I am going to be thinking about what I'm going to do about Korea stuff since that promo deal came up again. Like I said, what we might end up doing is kind of just like kind of focusing on Korea by spending the majority of the time, but like starting off the day by working on projectDig. So yeah, we'll see about that. That's what I'm thinking we might do, so that way we can guarantee projectDig time, but also work on Korea, which is something I really should do. Why not pass prefabs as a reference? Yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we will. Alright, so yeah. Have a good rest of your day, guys. I'm going to be hosting someone, but just want to say thanks for joining. I'll see you all next time.